the pressure inside of my spirit. They thought I would bend, I just held in my lane. They said the things I believe with delusion. I waited on truth, now they talk like I'm sane. Told you that I was the one who would not move the same. Silent, never undone. So burn while I rise with a flame. Put up with love in the cut, heart in the front, what's up? I had to sign off on my ego, looking up that scene. I'm on my day ones on a new wave, pouring more faith in my cup. Treating my peace like a ghost, safe, locked up, can't touch it. I know they play with me, speak on my name to see if I'll break it. I let them talk in the breeze, they be posting up lies, but my soul never stays with it. Damn, max a paper thing. Yeah. Treat your smile like your money, don't let nobody steal it. They can throw their words at you, but they can't break your spirit. Truth don't shake and my soul won't trade it. Peace of mind is the crown I wear. Treat your smile like your money, don't let nobody steal it. They can throw their doubts at you, but they can't come near it. Heart stay safe when your mind's awake. And I keep my peace cause nobody can fake it. It's up again, my music on again. Choose up again, my spirit's up again. Is it the noise? Been learning the highways. It's quiet thinking when I'm in the right lane. Ignore the bright lights in the driveways. Walk through the door, let the small talk fly away. Ooh, feel your pain, I feel your pain. It's a house of change, welcome to the house of change. We break the chains, look at the lines that they draw, the stories they sell that don't ever add up. Say they want love, then they move out of fear, contradiction and no way to tell love. I had to sit with the mirror, that's why I react when I know it's all dust. Logic over all my triggers, breath in my chest, every doubt I adjust. Philosophy in my veins, governments in my veins, I don't rush. Master my ways when the pressure get heavy, I'm rooted, I trust. Truth don't shake and my soul won't trade it. Peace of mind is the crown I wear. It's up again, my peace is up again.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing, this isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message titansdebateleague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments, only the brave speak here.
They say I perfected it time and again. Titans Debate League, we here for the win. Born divine with all of my kin. I See, they religious, they worry about sin. That's all they do, and they be like, they say I perfected the time and again. Titans the base league, we here for the win. Born divine, and all of my kin. See, they religious, they worry about sin. Hop out the Lexus and slid in the Benz. Pouring libations with all of my friends. Manifesting got me 10 out of 10. I live in abundance, got money to spend. They say I perfected the time and again. Titans the base league, we here for the win. Born divine, and all of my kin. See, they religious, they worry about sin. Hop out the Lexus and slid in the Benz. Pouring libations with all of my friends. Manifesting got me 10 out of 10. We gone to the top, little shorty, get in. Yeah, watch how you address me when you step in the room. I'm the host and debater, HNXC in full bloom. I've been out for lashes like work to my floor. Check your epistemics before you knock on my door. Y'all talking circular, trapped in a loop. I'm slicing through noise like a razor through proof. Bring all the scholarly smoke from your schools. Watch me dissect every premise you brought. I do Socratic methods on all of your claims. Just turn your whole worldview to dust and remains. In choruses like work, I quiet the noise. You're fighting with myths, I'm adjusting the scales. Call a sum of arguments, heavy and cold. Dialectics of failure.
Yo. Yeah, man. You know who it is?
What up? What up?
It's your boy, Oli. We coming in tonight with something hot. I got a question. But first, I got to introduce my man's Humble, my man's A1. Shout out to A1. Hardest working man in the conscious community. Got my man's Humble, the busiest, moving around, making sure everybody get that right information, man. How you doing this evening, man?
What up, brother Quantum? You already know. Same old thing, just a different day. We up on that information.
Definitely, man. Yeah, I got a hot one tonight, man. You know what I'm saying? Why did the U.S. create a space force? I just had a thought about that, you know what I'm saying? And I've been doing my research, and I think it's some information that people need to know, because that's real big if we're talking about the conscious community and what's going on around us, the things we need to know if we're actually trying to change our standing and our well-being. We got to find out exactly how far does the thing that we call power stretch? Can we really get out of the hole in the way that people talking about? Some of the proposed ideas about how the world is going and what's going to happen. Some people's prophecies about beings coming back that's done already been here. People wondering if there's other life in the galaxy or in our solar system, galaxy, and space. And these are answers that we're looking for. And I think we're wasting our time getting to these questions. So my first question always gonna be, why did the United States create the Space Force? Because for me, when I was younger, when I used to have talks with my brother, we used to ask questions. I asked him, like, what would be the next thing that humans would have to do to take over the world? Like, we got a system going, and that's in there. So what would a group of people have to do? And it would have to be in control of the return of Jesus. Now, I know that seems funny when you first think of that, when I say it, the return of Jesus. Because that's a religious view, and I don't deal with religion. But I understand the power structure and what people can do when they move the masses to believe things. We've seen this. This is what's been going on right now in history. Always have. As I always state, the Middle East is the actual evidence of the folly of this type of belief. And so, as I get things ready, we're just gonna get in here and we're gonna drop a few songs, you know what I'm saying? Make sure everybody get in here because it ain't nobody in here right now. So, but that's a question you can ask yourself if you are watching. Why did the United States create the Space Force? Why did the United States create the Space Force? We're gonna get to this song right here.
All this knowledge on the flow, 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 flow. I've been golden from the go, 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 go. Let these pseudo scholars know, no, 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 oh. Baby, welcome to the show, 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 show. Yeah, show you how to flex with a strong point. Wait, show you where the facts and the stats and the proofs point. I've been grinding these in the late night. Wait, standing on the stage with the main light, enlightening, mind enlightening. Philosophers, scientists, historians united. Warriors of logic who want the smoke, get excited. Bring your primary sources, don't get ignited. Slide on my prompts, look it up, read a book. Never going back to the dumb, take a look. Woke, not broke, we run the show, sport the glow. Titans in the league, watch the intellect grow. Coliseum arguments locked at the door. Welcome to the show, floor full of lore. I'm the GOAT, with the flow, there's knowledge on the flow, 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 flow. I've been goated from the go, 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 go. Let these pseudo scholars flow, 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 flow. Baby, welcome to the show, 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 show.
Through strictly classified channels.
Reason, peeking. Like the truth that they all have been seeking. My logic weaken. To them that's important. Show up, don't be late to the debate. Never see myself falling. Picture me falling off back to ignorant and stalling. Got the citations loaded in order. Crossing every intellectual border. Hey, I could've never seen a day. All this knowledge on the flow, 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 flow. I've been goated from the go, 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 go. Let these pseudo scholars know, no, 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 no. Baby, welcome to the show, 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 show.
Yeah, to get to that knowledge, you gotta go to the ledge, man. I'm gonna let that run one more time, man. All that knowledge on the flow. I'm picking some of that up.
I've been goated from the go, 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 go. Let these pseudo scholars know, no, 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 oh. Baby, welcome to the show, 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 show. Yeah, show you how to flex with a strong point. Wait, show you where the facts and the stats and the proofs point. I've been grinding these in the late night. Wait, standing on the stage with the main light, enlightening, mind enlightening. Philosophers, scientists, historians united. Warriors of logic who want the smoke, get excited. Bring your primary sources, don't get ignited. Slide on my prompts, look it up, read a book. Never going back to the dumb, take a look. Woke, not broke, we run the show, sport the glow. Titans in the league, watch the intellect grow. Coliseum arguments locked at the door. Welcome to the show, floor full of lore. I'm the GOAT, with the flow, there's knowledge on the flow, 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 flow. I've been goated from the go, 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 go. Let these pseudo scholars flow, 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 flow. Baby, welcome to the show, 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 show. Seems only time when I'm speaking. Reason, peeking.
Yeah, that's some of that good music from Titans Debate League, man. About to go ahead and start this off. Let me make sure I got everything lined up because I want to present y'all with a good show. So tonight, let me remove this first. Get this in the way. Because As I stated, man, some things we got to get jumping, man, because they on the move. We talking about the conscious community. They on the move. I told you my question. Why did the United States create a Space Force? That's a big question for me. And it should be for you too. Especially if we're trying to better. I said there's constraints upon us. People trying to keep the constraints on us, and we don't even know the extent of the constraints that's already on us. We too busy looking at things, for me, that while they seem important and poetic to know, they just don't make a difference when it comes to moving forward. People like to know where you're from all the way to where you at. I'm starting from where we at to where we going. That's a better perspective. Because the perspective that we've been having got them in the lead something terrible. Y'all keep on coming up with these phony ideas and arguments about who and what we are and where we came from, but you never talk about where we going. You never talk about where we at. This makes me think that your reasoning might be phony. So today, I'm gonna give you something to look at that you might not have looked at. Why did the United States create the Space Force? And we know Donald Trump had a big part to do with that. When you talk about Donald Trump in Israel, they talk about prophecies being fulfilled. Y'all late. Literal. You know what literal means, and this is literal. These is the real things we need to be looking at. I thought this is the conscious community. We about to move, man. Just to give y'all a little lineup about what we talking about. And then I jump into my presentation, because this is very important. Y'all playing, y'all wasting y'all time, all these intellectuals that's smart, that have things to look for, questions to ask and answer, and yet you ask the questions that they've been trying to answer for 2,000 years. Evidently, those questions are formed wrong, so you need to ask new questions. Or really, we need to not even worry about where we from, because it's where we at and where we going. Where you going? You going backwards? Watch what they got. Watch what y'all got to overcome when y'all be talking about doing something. It's gonna have to be a very precise movement within time with your nature to overcome the bounds of the constraint that's upon us. And y'all still stuck. There's some things that I don't think matter.
Of human history, the sky was a canvas following a strategic logic that...
Sorry about that. I had to get that on the stage. Again, like I said, man, what is we doing? Why did they create the Space Force? Have you ever thought about that? You can't go to space. You want to go back to Africa? Some of us do. Shout out to the people that want to go back to Africa. They going to space. They got things above Africa that can drop on Africa and take out everything in Africa. And all the other places on the world. But there's some of the places that got defenses for this. Where's the real science that's really going on? Fuck who was doing what back then, what was who claimed to be a God, was it real or not? Because we know that anybody that claimed they had God, governments always came and said, show me your God can save you, and God couldn't save them. They always ended up dead. Why did they create the Space Force? Is this prophecy? Say when Jesus returned, he was going to be coming on clouds on high, so we know it's going to be in the sky. I don't think y'all asking the right questions, man. Let's get to it.
Of human history, the sky was a canvas for myth and passive observation. We looked up, but in the middle of the 20th century, we built machines that shredded the atmosphere and reached the vacuum. When the United States established the Space Force in December 2019, it was organizing a mission that had been active for decades. American forces were operating in orbit long before the signing ceremony, following a strategic logic that had been developing since the Cold War. In the late 1940s, public attention fixated on the Roswell incident and reports of flying saucers. Projects like SIGN and Blue Book became the visible face of the government's aerospace investigations, dominating newspaper headlines and cultural imagination. An unidentified object in the sky is not proof of extraterrestrial visitation, but the lack of a public explanation did not mean the sky was empty. This era was defined by intense, highly classified aerospace testing. While the public explored the possibility of alien visitors, the US government began the construction of a military infrastructure in orbit. It was a massive undertaking, shielded entirely from public view. General Bernard Schriever served as the architect of this early capability. Under his direction, the Air Force advanced its ballistic missile programs, creating the technological foundation for military space operations. In 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik. The strategic implications were immediate. An object in orbit could pass over sovereign territory at will, proving that space was a domain with profound military utility. The American response in 1958 was to split its space efforts in two. NASA was created to manage civilian science and public exploration, becoming the visible face of the space race. The military space program took a different path. It retreated into the shadows, developing reconnaissance, communication, and early warning systems through strictly classified channels. This institutional divide created a cultural blind spot. Americans grew up viewing space as a frontier for astronauts and telescopes, unaware of the strategic military high ground being fortified directly above them. Throughout the Cold War, the militarization of Earth orbit expanded. The Pentagon launched networks of satellites to provide secure communications and detect the heat signatures of rising missiles. The Global Positioning System began as a military invention. It was designed to coordinate movements on the battlefield, but its utility quickly extended into every corner of modern life. Beyond providing coordinates for digital maps, GPS serves as the timing signal for global infrastructure. These satellites synchronize financial markets, telecommunications networks, and power grids. Without this precise timing, the modern economy stops. By 1982, the scale of this architecture required its own management structure, Air Force Space Command. The military had built a system it could no longer function without, yet the service remained a subset of the Air Force. The United States had successfully constructed an invisible nervous system in orbit. It was a technological achievement that neither the Joint Force nor the global economy could survive without. The 1991 Gulf War demonstrated the true power of this system. It was the first conflict in history where orbital operations dictated the outcome of the battle on the ground. The integration of satellite intelligence and GPS-guided precision targeting resulted in a lopsided victory. Iraqi forces were dismantled with speed and accuracy that terrestrial weapons alone could not have achieved. Following the victory in Iraq, the Pentagon accelerated its reliance on these systems. Space-based sensing and communication were baked into the combat plans of every ship, aircraft, and ground unit in the inventory. This reliance created the vulnerability paradox. The technological edge that made the American military dominant on Earth simultaneously created a strategic dependency in orbit. In 2001, a congressional commission warned that American military space operations were dangerously fragmented. Space was being managed as a support function rather than as a primary mission. While the Pentagon navigated its own bureaucracy, other nations were adapting. China and Russia concluded that space was the decisive warfighting domain and began treating it as such. Adversaries began developing counter-space weapons, including cyber operations, signal jamming, and orbital spacecraft designed to maneuver near American satellites. The logic was straightforward. Instead of matching the U.S. military tank for tank, a rival could simply attack the fragile, distant sensors that controlled them. The military realized its multi-billion-dollar orbital infrastructure was undefended. the network that held the joint force together was now a target for competitors learning how to blind it. In 2007, China launched a direct ascent missile from the ground, striking and destroying one of their own defunct weather satellites. The impact proved that orbit was no longer a sanctuary. It also demonstrated the consequences of kinetic warfare in space. The resulting debris field created a permanent threat to every commercial and military system in that orbital regime.
That was scary.
By 2017, the legislative response was already in motion. Congressional proposals for a Space Corps indicated that the bureaucratic limit had been reached well before any formal presidential directive. In December 2019, the United States Space Force was created. This move consolidated the military's fragmented space elements into a singular, independent service. The Space Force exists as an institutional response to a specific strategic reality. Its mission is to protect the fragile, invisible infrastructure that maintains the modern global economy and the defense of the nation.
The defense of the nation. I'm a part of that nation. I won't lie to you. I'm a part of that nation. So before we got all the way into it, man, you know I got to let you know what's going on. Who it is. It's your boy, Oli. You bring us to the stage, man. Make sure you can see who it is. I'm up here by myself. Got my man's Humble backstage, helping out. Shout out to my technical support. If you can hear me loud and clear, I'll Humble up on the stage. Humble, how you doing this morning, man? This morning, where you at? 12 o'clock. Thanks to the GPS, we can.
Look, you know I'm here. I'm listening.
Yeah, man. Why did the United States create a space force, Humble? And we gonna get into it, man. I think that's a real big question. We sitting here stuck on stupid. I ain't gonna say that. We sitting here stuck on questions that definitely need to be answered, but I think we got enough people on the case. So
Hey,
I'm gonna
let me ask you, force the only space force?
I'm sorry, you was breaking up just a little bit. Can you say that again?
You said, do you think the United States Space Force is the only space force?
No, that's what we're about to get into. But I know that the United States Space Force is our space force. That's the people that's over us, that's gonna be protecting us in the homeland that we own right now. So that's the only space force I'm worried about, because anybody else's space force is gonna be trying to take us down. And it's only a couple of other people that we have to worry about that got the technology and scientific prowess that we have over here in the United States. And when I'm talking about the United States, I'm talking about us as a whole, whether you struggle or not. I'm talking about the people that's here who's being protected by that thing that we call the American government. Now, that government right now isn't working to the fullest capacity that it can, because you know that we could be better. But that being said, the military works in a prowess. Shout out to my man King Hurt. That doesn't seem to be racist. It's taking care of all of America when you're talking about protection. And there's several different places that we need to be protected. Land, air, water, and space. Space is, we're part of it. We in space, you know what I'm saying? And if we really talk about moving along, what they called it, when populations would move, I'm at a loss right now. Migrations. Are we gonna migrate to outer space? The United States Space Force seems to be pushing that way. And some of the things that's going, the migration continues from wherever we started at to wherever we going. I don't know where we started at, but I know where I'm at right now. And I know where it looked like we going. So I want to be a part of that. You know what I'm saying? We're going to keep technology and science, education right in the forefront. But we also gonna make sure that we doing it for the well-being of ourselves. And this is something that people are still trying to answer, you know what I'm saying, with different things. But the big thing is about the people that's in play. See my man's Donald Trump over there. I remember back in the 90s, boy, Donald Trump was, every rapper that I knew had something about the Trump Tower, what they was doing at the Trump Tower or trying to get to the Trump Tower. I remember Atlantic City. I mean, the man, he done moved through life in a way that's been treacherous, but when it comes to leaps and bounds of being acknowledged and people knowing him, he's done a job that hasn't been done or seen before. He's even put himself into politics in a way that's well, I guess when you go into politics, especially at the presidential office, you're automatically a part of history. But he got another branch. Why did the United States create the Space Force? So we're gonna get into it, what it is. But today is Wednesday, but y'all know what we have on Tuesdays. That was last night. We had a good show too. Shout out to my man's Humble.
Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to stretch your mind to places it's never been before? Welcome to the ultimate intellectual battleground on the Coliseum of Arguments Network. It's time to step inside the cave of knowledge. Welcoming your host, Humble Mystic, every Tuesday. We're bridging the gap between the ancient world and the modern landscape. From the deep esoteric wisdom of ancient Kemet to a grounded naturalist view of our world today, no topic is off limits. We're dissecting philosophy, breaking down ancient civilizations, and clashing over modern day politics every Tuesday. This isn't just a lecture, it's a debate. A powerhouse arena where your voice matters. A premier space to step up, voice your opinions, and challenge your perspective with the sharpest minds around. If you love real, raw, intellectual fire, this is the show for you. Elevate your mind, bring your arguments. Subscribe to the Cave of Knowledge with Humble Mystic today. New episodes drop every Tuesday on Coliseum of Arguments. Step into the cave if you think you can handle the truth. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here.
Why does the Space Force exist? But first, you know, I got to give a shout out to the chat. Where you at? You know what I'm saying? Titans Debate League says drop the link for Stu Peas. Let me drop that link then. Sorry about that. I'm just not getting to the chat because I'm kind of excited. Y'all know when well, if you don't know me, when I get on topics and stuff, I get kind of excited. But like I said, to the chat, first I want to give a shout out to my man Brass 9977. I ain't seen him in a minute. I've been over there. You know what it is. He just became a member. What he say, Brass getting the bronze membership. Shout out to the chat, man. We appreciate you coming, Brass, and you know how it is. And I'm gonna make sure I get over there and show my support to the channel, and y'all make sure y'all do that. Especially while you're here, make sure you like, share, and subscribe. We got Smalls in the chat. Shout out Smalls. I'm glad you're here. Who else in this thing, man? See all y'all. Why we got the Space Force? Stu Peas in here. Is this live? Yeah, this live. We got me, and it's only 6 of us right now, but I know it's gonna get deep because the information about to start coming, and they might be somewhere else. It might be sleep. This is our hours. You know what I'm saying? We love you too, man, and we love all the support. And y'all make sure y'all get over there and support all the communities that you can within the conscious community, man, because we're trying to get a movement going. And for me, I'm just tired of the same old questions because I've always had different questions. So the people that's answered them questions, I'm going to leave them right there and let them answer them. So when they do answer those questions and they get to these questions, I already have them answered for them. Why did the United States decide that space required its own branch of military? Say it need their own branch. And before I start, Hero TV. He say digital space too. Yeah, they I might have the wrong idea what you mean when you saying digital space too, but I think you actually meaning like being in control of the digital prowess. What else we got in here? Brass say he dead tired. I'm gonna hang around a bit. Man, Brass, that means you've been working, man. I'm gonna try to give you something to go to sleep to, and when you wake up, you can finish and catch up with it, man. Because I'm really about to get into it. Why did the United States create the Space Force? Not only why did the United States decide that space required its own branch of military? Now, me, I don't care because, like I said, I'm in the United States, so evidently this is protecting me and my neighbors. So I'm glad that they my neighbors, even though we've had quarrels of the past that are atrocious in what they done. But there's a certain limit to things that I look at when I think about people talking about taking over the world and moving along and what's to come, what things are going to happen, who's going to be running this. Y'all, we got a whole bunch of stuff we got to get through. I seen all them tanks on that video I made a while ago and stuff. I was thinking about the Hebrew Israelites talking about they gonna take over. Y'all got to go through a lot of. Shout out Hero the Guru on the stage before I get started with in here. How you doing, Hero?
Chilling. Good topic. Thought I'd jump in.
Thank you, man. You got anything you want to add right from the jump before I get into mine? You know what I'm saying? I know you always have interest.
I was gonna push back on your narrative a bit. Saying, hey, yeah, I'm focused on this land because it's gonna be protecting us over here in America. I get that, but I see traces of these people are all together, and I argued because I was just looking at some shit earlier. I said, damn, this the universal line because they having this conversation. It's a perfect match where they were talking about a bunch of biblical Hebrew scripts. Where they were talking about these giants coming through these portals, and then some of the South Americans now saying, hey, the giants coming back. And I was like, interesting. And I always thought when I was, commanding Dogon say they black gods coming back to return, I said, man, these white people probably getting ready to fight. They worry about these niggas coming back. And they arming themselves. I don't want to be fighting on their side, and I'm fighting to get my people coming back. So that's why I'd be like, it's a touchy situation for me personally. But go ahead, brother.
And that's true. And that's why I say, why did they create the Space Force? Why are they out of there? And to your first comment about they working together, I do believe that there's higher up groups that don't even worry about the wars and stuff that's going on. Because when the disaster strikes in one land, they'll be out in the ocean somewhere where none of that stuff will reach them. Like there's this elite group and they're all over the world. And then the people within the governments and the people who's fighting over religions and stuff, they the ones that have to worry about fire raining from the sky, or when we talk about it in regular missiles coming from people from some reason and stuff. But like I said, it's a group of people and I agree with you, and they everywhere that don't have to worry about this. But that being said, the governments and stuff, they're people like us, the ones that's making it happen. And so that group that you talking about, they have no fairing in what's going on because they'll always be able to move whenever it gets too hot. That's my take on it. And so to your point, yeah, I agree with you. It's just those people, to me, they don't have any. They prefer not to have any dealings with the governments and stuff, and they just want to know when it's gonna happen and where can we go to get out of the way of the. And they got that power. Those are the people that the people overlook because, we're too worried about the harm that's coming now. Like I said, when it gets down to the meat of the things, we in America. And to leave America would be to go somewhere that's less decorated with defense.
You know what you made me think of, though?
What's that?
When Reagan said, what would keep the world united if an alien invasion came. Remember he said that in his speech back in the 80s?
He was his reasoning was, well, because if an alien race came right now, they're gonna be trying to show the individuality. If this race want, I'm talking about, they're gonna be trying to fuck them aliens. Nah, my bad. I didn't mean to say it like that. Man, listen. Haru, that's gonna open up a whole nother worm. Now, when we get stories about this happening in the past, we hear about it as watchers and angels and things like this. You know what I'm saying? But when you get down to the meat of it, if it did happen to be, that story isn't a supernatural story, and there's actually a group of people on Earth that came from another place, and they read and they started mating before they knew that it was time. If they really did have experiments with Adam and Eve, and that's why it seems that Adam and Eve was the first people, but these were really the experiments of these people trying to see if they could mate. When then it's a group of them that's out there actually mating before they did the experimentation. They started crossing. When I look at these stories, you know what I'm saying?
It's starting to add up to me. I can't ignore them.
But now remember, these are all my thoughts. I don't believe any of this. This is just a possibility of how these things could have happened. And when we talk about possibilities, I believe that these possibilities of making things are better explainers about if they happened or not, because this is what we actually read about when we read these things. We read about a race coming down here, mating with the people that was on Earth, having kids, and it's going on from there. And that them bloodlines is still the bloodlines that's supposedly fighting, still connected to God, still the ones that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so
I show the people in their Bible that say they're strangers from strangers on the earth. So I mean, it's a bunch of little different little tidbits in the Bible. Like y'all can't ignore this, and they don't want to talk about it.
And then you talk about the return of, let's just say, Jesus. Now it say when in the Bible say when Jesus returned, Jesus is gonna return on a cloud. So we know it's gonna be in the sky. And they putting this stuff in the sky like they thinking Jesus might return or something. I'm not saying that this is what's happening, because we're hearing stories about aliens. We got stories of UFOs, and I'm gonna talk about that. But we also know about the technology of humans. And so these things that they call in UFOs could just be technology that's being tested. This is what I'm always believe, because I believe in the greatness of the people that's on this planet right now. I don't too much
Believe in the space theory.
care about them. No, well, I'm not interested in it right now, because I know that we're a spacefaring race and we haven't been able to reach anything yet. And so to say that beings can get here and don't associate with us, I have a lot of problems with that. The problems with them coming and always crashing, coming from billions of light years away just to crash this technology and be found and dissect and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I have problems with those things. Not saying that they ain't true, just saying for me, it's more than possible that these might be hoaxes. Especially when I know what the power struggle does to keep themselves in power, and that power structure was the greatest during the religious movement. Go ahead, my bad.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because I look at that hoax at another lens. I think they feeding these white people this technology and to rule ever since, and from the industrial ages to this tracking technology that we so great. No, it's really the track motherfucker digital. Technology can go a whole nother way, but they did not chose another way. They chose that specific way. And so the whole could be, it's space, if they crashing, I look at these tribes in South America. Man, they don't fuck no outsider. That one over there off the Indian coast, bitch, you better not come over there. They don't fuck with nobody. They don't associate with nothing. So I can see aliens looking at us from afar like, okay, these motherfuckers strange. They germy. I don't even want to fuck with them. Nigga, human don't even like to be around insects and animals. So I'm scared of them. So I can see an alien like, man, these humans, I don't know. I'm just looking at their, look at them. Just like we look at shit and be like, look at them. You know what I'm saying? So I know.
Now with that, Hero, would you fly billions of light years away to another planet just to float around and not interact with them and let them know you there to see what they're doing? How much sense do that make?
Well, that's okay. Now, the interaction part. You know, your mind ain't your mind, right? You control your mind. You tell your mind when to pick up this goddamn lighter. Otherwise, if your mind can control it, wouldn't know when to pick it up, put it down, bitch. I want to put it down right, motherfucker. Nah, goddamn, I control this motherfucker. Send the signal. Excuse my French. But what I'm saying is, do the dream world, do these so-called angels, because I know sometimes I have thoughts that I be like, man, that's not my thought. I heard it come through my head, but I don't agree with it at all. I observe it, look at it, contemplate it, and be like, damn, why would I think that? Even if, just think about the thoughts that you already disagree. Some shit you don't even like. Yeah, I don't like that shit. You already know you don't like it. Why you thinking it? Or is it a various others? When you get that little intuition, hey man, don't go that way. Oh, that was God, my God ain't saved me. It might be some interactions that we kind of just glossing over. We too, focused in the matrix in a sense.
Yeah, I got you. Humble had his homeboy that was supposed to be coming to do a show on the bicameral mind. Humble, you there?
I'm right here, Brody.
Can you talk about the bicameral mind and what your homeboy, because that's kind of what he is touching on.
Oh yeah, he was talking about bicameral mind, basically the conscious and the subconscious, and how when you operate through your conscious, your conscious decide things. It have the ability to say yes and no, and things of that nature, but your subconscious can only accept things. And so there's ways to send messages straight to the subconscious mind, right? Is ways to tap into your subconscious mind. And so he was dealing with that, and then he was dealing with whether consciousness was the emergent property, or he was dealing along the lines of that. Right now he dealing with some stuff, but he said as soon as he get everything straightened out, we most definitely want to go.
Definitely, because that's a good topic. I remember in some of my studies, the bicameral mind, they used to talk about how the humans, some back then, when like you was talking about that voice you heard in your head, Haru, and sometimes you wonder if that's you or not. Back in the day, they believed that those people, when they was thinking to themselves, they never thought about that being them. They always thought that was like God or something. And so this is why that's a real good topic to talk about, because that's interesting when you talk about that.
I almost think that if consciousness is fundamental, then it may be that it's God in the other lens, in different lenses, operating, no separation. So I can't disagree with that sentiment, in my opinion.
Yeah, man, and that's what they say. It was, and then you know how it is with evolution and us getting smarter as the human race. Some of us started understanding, like, oh, that ain't God talking. That's me. I'm the one making these choices. I'm responsible for everything I'm doing, and it made a form of accountability for me that pushes to me knowing that, yeah, I'm the one that's responsible for everything that I hear, because I'm the one that's responsible for the things that I do when I do it. And so that voice that I'm hearing can't be something else outside of me. It has to be me, because I'm the one that's going to benefit or not benefit from the action that's being done. And so to give that to something outside of what I say is my individuality. Now, this physical body, like you was talking about, and something else, I understand that I could have a component that is more than this physical body. And I actually do push for that. But that being said, this physical body reacts with that. And so when I understood that part, like whatever I do, I'm the one that's harming myself the most when I make these choices. It brought a certain amount of accountability where I won't have to look for, am I doing evil or is it the devil jumping in me doing evil? Did that person do something to me or was the devil jumped in to do it? Did I actually make the right choice to go do that or did God bless me and I'm really still just dumbed in the, you know what I'm saying? Like it's an accountability that's uncalled for when I think about time and nature the way I do. And so I understand what you're saying because I know about the bicameral mind, but I feel like today in today's world, most of us really identify that voice as ourselves, our individuality.
Okay, let me give you a little pushback because I kind of think of it the same way you do. But to me realizing that, in my opinion, that is truth. It's an antenna, and you get all these different thoughts and different ideas from different outside of you, not just you. You decides it. You the one, but you can put yourself in autopilot mode, basically,
Yeah.
where basically our bodies are pre-programmed, like on, basically I would call them default settings, right? You're a man. You naturally see a woman of beauty, you're gonna have some type of reaction. You know what I'm saying? You naturally certain things in society a nigga say to you, you're gonna naturally have a reaction. You know what I'm saying? These are pre-programmed. But you, the one that's inside, could say no to all of those things. And now that I realize, wait a minute, you know what I'm saying? None of this shit ain't me until I decide. That shit, that shit that gave me, I felt like the freedom of true. I don't know. It's just so hard to explain
Yeah,
that
no,
shit.
no, I know what you're saying. Some people, they think about it as that consciousness is an entire field that we're all within, and so our consciousness is connected in a way that, like you're saying, like the thoughts that you have are also the same thoughts that other people have because it's thoughts within consciousness. Some of the things that you might be hearing, like you say, if we're an antenna, you could be crossing somebody else's thoughts when you're in the field of consciousness, and so they look at consciousness like that. I too much don't, because like I said, I like my individual accountability, and I don't want to say that somebody antenna got crossed with my antenna and they're the one
I
that
get
made
you.
me.
I get you. I get you. But listen, I think it is entity whispering shit. Like, nigga, go knock that nigga out. And you'll have that thought.
That's
That ain't
you. That's you.
that one your first
Shit.
that one your first decision. I guarantee a lot of cases. I ain't saying every time it's a motherfucker jumping around saying. I ain't saying every time. But I can distinguish the difference almost now. Almost to the point, okay, my law, my daughter, she had little mental situations. She whatever. But I remember she hearing shit, and I just remember this certain thing that made me kind of realize, like, boy, there's some shit really going on. Where she do something that I know damn well she know I don't have. She don't know. That irks me to the utmost. Like little, I'm talking about off the some shit off the wall. Like, now how in the hell did this bitch know to go over there to do that? I said, there's no way. I said the only way she could know that is something told her ass, something that know what the fuck I know, and put that shit in her motherfucking mind. Boy, ain't no motherfucking way. Couple times, you know what I'm saying? But and along with other shit. But
Yeah, man.
and the spirit world. I remember my son. I'm gonna go long back in when he was a little
But
shit.
will you make sure you kind of, I know you don't be
Oh,
trying to
start
hurry,
cursing. Oh
please.
yeah.
I
I
know
thought
you don't be
I
trying
thought the
to.
late night. They said the late
It
night was
It do, but it would. But I be getting people that's been coming to watch.
I ain't say
lately.
nigga. I just
You know what I'm saying? No, you
that
had.
word.
No, you
Oh,
ain't.
it's
It's
1
just.
a.m. I thought we could. I thought
Yeah,
it was
no,
late night.
no,
They
no.
said that late night. All
Yeah,
right.
no. I had it like that, but I changed that up because I had a certain type of thing. But like I said, when I think about accountability and stuff, it just don't seem productive to be doing that when people be over here and just be like, man, all they doing is cussing. I don't even want to hear that. And
Oh,
go
I
and
get it.
switch the
I get
channel.
what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
And it ain't a lot of people here. It's just us. But and I know you ain't doing it on purpose. That's one thing I do know. That's just you. But I also know that you can filter it out. So if you could just a little bit, it ain't like you. It's just like every other word was one of them. But we getting into consciousness and stuff, and it's that's kind of cool because we're really waiting around. Because I still want to know why did the United States decide that space was required its own branch of the military? Um, and that's my question. Shout out to NN 1989. He said that's called hubris. We don't decide for nothing. A higher power made the brain that decides. Everything is created by a creator, real and perceived.
So I mean, we robots and just going along like a
That's
little guy.
yeah. That means you ain't
Simulation.
accountable for
Nah, I don't
nothing.
believe that.
Yeah, you ain't got to worry about nothing. Your choices, which
I
is
believe,
cool. You know what I'm saying? But
I
you
believe it
just have
is
no
something pushing
accountability.
your ass along. Just let me push him along. He weak.
So shout out
You still
NN 19.
accountable just because you listen to it. Just it ain't no different than you listening to your homeboy and he telling you hyping your head up, or you hearing stuff in your mind. Oh, I said do it to him. It ain't no different.
Like you said, because you can always say nope.
No, to all of them. The thoughts to the person talking to you.
Whether you think it's you or not. Nope.
Oh
You
no,
always find that thing
is
to say nope.
exactly. That's why I say I understand you. I think exactly like you, but I
Hmm.
still, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we
Hmm.
have this, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, in my view, that's all I ask for is accountability and people to recognize that, man, I can make better choices than that. Or you know what I'm saying? Like you can get
Yeah.
yourself out of hole. You don't even have to get in a hole. If you start teaching them, if we start teaching them young, they don't even have to get in them holes. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And that that's where the accountability comes because I do believe that some people do things really believing that that's the devil making them do
I had came to hate the word accountability a little bit
that.
because
Well, it's,
it was misused. I was like, what is it really? I said I had a real deep philosophical thought on this word. I said, what is it really? Okay, me saying, oh, I did it. I did it. Okay, what do I accept the punishment and do the? Who gets to do the punishment on me? Do I give the authority to the law and the government and say, all right, I did it. All right, go before the judge and be hanged by the judge. I said, what is the real source? And how can we know somebody been held accountable? I know it's not lie about it and try to hide you did it, but once you say I did it, because then somebody could be like, all right, I'm accountable. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, I did it. Now what? I'm accountable. Then what? Who gets to put the punishment? I was wondering. What do you think about that?
well, when it comes to punishment and accountability, that's when we start talking about um, governmental laws and things that's going to be governing more people than just myself. And so, when we talk about accountability, we also have to talk about the things that's been trespassed on. Uh, who who's getting repaid when someone is accountable for what they did? Uh, and so to think about that, it's only fair to say that the system that we have in place is the best system for that. Um, because you can go vote for laws if you agree with them or not. We see if they work, um, and we know that that form of thing worked because we can always go back to slavery and see that it took an accountability to say, okay, these people is more than just beasts that we doing. And yeah, some of them was forced to get them out, but it was because the people who were being slaves could show their individuality and show that they could be accountable for themselves and in the things that they do. If you saying that we wild beasts and stuff, how do you think that you can tame us and communicate with us in that way and make us not wild? And those type of communications and the fact that if I look at myself and I know that I don't want something to happen to me, then I shouldn't do that to anybody else.
That's morals, and to me, that's the law.
I'm
But
talking about
once you make the mistake, and then you say, "All right, I gotta go." Okay, accountability. At least we can agree with. Don't conceal your mistake. Don't try to push it under the rug and let no one know about it. You must confess. Otherwise, you're not accountable. This is my own little deep thought on this word because
got
everybody
you,
was
got you,
using it, motherfucker. I was trying, excuse me, using it, and I'm like,
watch you.
what's this? Do they really mean it? Do they know what it means? And I don't think they truly do. They just throwing it around as a cute thing, but I still, it's hard to pinpoint, in my opinion.
Yeah, I know what you're saying because after you become accountable, then
Yeah, you could
you
just say,
saying,
"I'm sorry, I did it.
yeah,
I didn't. I made a mistake,"
are you
and then
making payment for?
you keep
Right,
making the mistake. It's almost like
right.
Jesus sinning. I'm sorry, I sinned, and I can do it again. I'm still gonna be let in heaven. So what is this accountability?
See, and that's the exact reason why I say we got to take the accountability out of something doing it or something being accountable for it. Because if you don't, it's always going to be people that use that little old, loophole that you're talking about. They just going to keep doing it and saying that I ain't doing it. I ain't doing it. And some people actually might have a cognitive dissonance where they believe that that's not them that's doing it. That's the cold thing about it.
Or they making a mistake. They just ain't realizing they making like I was kept cursing. I just slipped again.
But you as a, what I say, not even accountable. You just recognized what it was, and that's what I say. The recognition of the accountability makes you not want to do stuff. That's what makes me not want to do things because I don't, like you said, instead of making the mistake over and over, just don't even make the mistake.
So then you might can say, based on what you just said, you can't really know if someone's been accountable until over time, where
Hmm.
you know they've not made that same mistake.
Hmm. Right. And it's been some mistakes made, man, and mistakes still being made, especially when we come to the outlook of how we should. Oh yeah, what up, humble? My bad, I forgot you was up there.
You good, buddy. How do you know you made a mistake unless you've made a mistake? And so how can you know to avoid a mistake unless you've made one? You see what I'm saying? And the reason I ask that question is because a lot of times there's always this view on punishing the person that made a mistake.
Hmm.
Well, if it's a mistake, then maybe that person should be taught the correct way. So then they won't make that mistake again. They shouldn't be punished for that mistake because if we acknowledging that it's a mistake, then there's a certain level of ignorance that comes with making a mistake. And there's also a certain level of knowledge and wisdom that comes with making a mistake if you truly pay attention. This is what I teach my daughter, right? And all my children, right? Um, if you do something and it was an accident, right? Yeah, you apologize, but are you aware of why it was an accident? Right? Just crucifying somebody because they did something, right? Maybe that person need help,
True.
right? And I think that's a lot. That's a whole nother conversation. But
Right.
I'm really interested. I'm gonna land my plane with this. I'm really interested in Quantum's thing about why did the United States decide to require its own branch in the military?
Well, let me answer that real quick. That mistake,
Mhm.
because I do want to get into that too. About that mistake, because Oli touched on it just real earlier. You know, you don't want that junk to happen to you. Don't do it to them. So, a mistake. It could be a mistake, but if that mistake caused hurt, then you got to be accountable for that hurt. I don't care how accidental it was. Like, yeah, it was a mistake. You actually dropped your gun and it shot me and killed my whatever. I'm sorry, brother. You gotta you gotta be accountable. And there's some pain and suffering that's being accounted. You know what I mean? So that's why I put that law hurt in there and the eye for an eye almost. I'm almost online with that. But anyway.
Yeah, man, we're gonna go ahead and get into this good old slide review. But first, make sure we get our sponsors out the way so I can go get me a drink of water too. And remember, you can always benefit from.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship? You want the smoke? You want the unfiltered action? Then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
So yeah, man, let's get into it. Let me make this bigger so y'all can see these slides good. Cause I don't want you to miss a bit. I don't want to miss a thing. Because I want to know, why did the United States decide to space required its own branch of the military? So before we talk about the Space Force, I want to start with what I think is the most important question. Why does it exist? Because think about what the United States actually did in 2019. We already had an army. We already had a Navy. We already had an Air Force, Marines, and a Coast Guard. We already had NASA. We did. We had these things. We already had intelligence agencies operating satellites. And most importantly, the Air Force had already been conducting military operations involving space for decades. So why create another military service? What happened between the beginning of the space age and 2019 that convinced the United States government that space wasn't simply somewhere we explored anymore? That's what we're investigating. We're going to keep another question sitting quietly in the background. See, humans have been reporting strange things in the sky for generations. Governments have developed classified aircrafts and spacecrafts, and we now openly acknowledge unidentified anomalous phenomena as something governments investigate. Does any of that have anything to do with the Space Force? Maybe, maybe not. We're not starting with that conclusion. We're starting with evidence, because unidentified doesn't mean extraterrestrial. But unidentified also doesn't mean imaginary. So we're going to separate what we know, what somebody claims, and what remains unknown, and what is simply speculation. And strangely enough, the road to the Space Force doesn't begin in space. Not at all. Let me cut this down just a little bit to make sure y'all can hear me. Am I sounding all right? Tell me if I'm sounding all right in the chat. I want to have a little bit of music playing.
Shout out your voice. You good, man.
Bet, man. I appreciate you, Humble. Shout out, Humble. Shout out everybody and all my Titans that's fighting to be enlightened. We got to watch for the snakes that's striking and the dogs that's biting. They're keeping the wool pulled over your eyes, but it's feathers on me. I'm just to show you what they're really talking about. Slide 2, 1940s, the foundation. See, the institutional DNA of the Space Force begins much earlier than 2019. We got to go back to World War II. This is when Nazi Germany develops the V-2 ballistic missile, and the V-2 changes something fundamental about warfare. Previously, the high ground meant exactly what it sounded like. Take the hill, control the mountain, get your aircraft above your opponent. But ballistic missiles began pushing that concept upwards. Now, altitude isn't merely tactical, it's strategic. And after World War II, both the United States and the Soviet Union recognized the implications of gaining the higher ground. German scientists, engineers, and technology become part of the American and Soviet missile programs. Wernher von Braun is a famous name everybody remembers, but this involved a much larger technical infrastructure. Now think about the logic. If you can send a missile high enough and far enough to cross continents, you're developing technologies closely related to those required to reach space. Propulsion, guidance, tracking, communications, materials, re-entry, long-range detection. So military missile development and spaceflight aren't two completely unrelated things. They're actually kind of like cousins. Think about it. And here's where General Bernard Shriver becomes important. During the 1950s, Shriver becomes one of the central architects of America's ballistic missile program and early military space development. General Bernard Shriver. Long before somebody came up with the name Space Force, America was building the technological foundation for one, which raises our first interesting question. Was the Space Force really created in 2019? Legally, yes. But what about institutionally? This story is considered older. In 1947, a historical congested sky. Now, 1947 gets interesting. Oh, we got somebody in the back chat. Oh, that's A1. What up, A1? You on the stage? I see you, man. I'm talking about 1947 and the National Security Act that was established. And this 1947 National Security Act established the United States Air Force as an independent military service. That makes sense historically. Aircraft had transformed warfare so dramatically that air power eventually required its own institution. We needed our own institutions for airplanes, for aircraft. That reasoning is one of the things that we have to remember when we think about these things. Because we're going to see this again. We're going to see that, yeah, we understood we had the air and we had aircraft. But why did we have to take such interest in making this service its own institution? Kenneth Arnold reports seeing unusual objects near Mount Rainier. Newspaper popularized the flying saucer terminology. Then comes Roswell. And suddenly, America's relationship with the sky becomes very strange. You've got the military aviation advancing rapidly. You've got classified aerospace programs. You've got the Cold War beginning. You've got nuclear weapons. You've got radar improving. We got all of these things happening all at one time. You got civilians reporting objects that they couldn't recognize in the skies. And here's the reasoning problem. Correlation isn't causation. The fact that the United States Air Force and modern UFO culture emerged around the same period doesn't demonstrate that one caused the other. Does it? But it does create a legitimate historical question. If governments are secretly developing aircrafts that the public doesn't know exist, what happens when somebody sees one? And then you reverse that question. If somebody actually sees something genuinely anomalous, how would we distinguish it from classified technology? That's a problem we're still detailing with today. So for this investigation, unknown stays unknown until evidence moves it somewhere that we can actually identify it. And that's going to be our rule. Oh, dang, did I jump a slide too quick? I was. This is the slide we was on a while ago that I was talking about. This is the new slide. I'm sorry, I took my eyes off the prize. But we back on track. This slide is from 1957 to 1958. The strategic shock of overflight. Because on October 4th, 1957, this happens. And this is Sputnik. The Soviet Union puts the first artificial satellite into Earth orbit. And Americans can understandably focus on the technological humiliation of being beaten into orbit. America couldn't fathom this. How did the Soviet Union beat us into space? And that was a big question for them. Because it felt like a humiliation after claiming that you are the world power and you making moves. But all of a sudden, the Soviet Union demonstrates that they can launch objects powerful enough and accurately enough that they can place it in orbit around Earth. Think about that. That's not merely a scientific experiment. The underlying rocket technology has obvious military implications. So when you think about Sputnik really introduces a new strange reality that we got to deal with. Objects can orbit over countries. Traditional ideas about territorial airspace don't translate neatly into orbital space. Think about that. We can talk about airspace and we know about airspace, airplanes flying. But does this immediately transfer to space? You can't simply build a fence around the sky. So space becomes a strategic territory almost immediately. You start thinking about people being able to put things above your head and drop it on you. But here's something people can easily misunderstand. NASA wasn't America's entire space program. No, no, no. NASA was the civilian side of what we had going on when they talk about space. But you got to remember that military and intelligence organizations were simultaneously developing reconnaissance satellites, missile warning capabilities, communication systems, and classified intelligence programs. America was trying to protect themselves. From what? Sputnik. Sputnik wasn't a weapon. But it was the technology and the sheer idea that you could place something in orbit and have it fly over your enemies. Think about that. Raw. You talking about raw? Huh. Flying right there over you. And at any moment, Mike could drop something. This scared America. Think about it. Would it not? Right now, we walking around and we got things floating over our head. We don't think about satellites and things. And could something drop out of the sky? We hear about meteorites falling all the time. But what if something happened in space that brought this technology down? Because this technology is big right now in the world when we talking about how we even talking right now on this YouTube channel or this StreamYard. This is technology. And most of this technology has space applications. So military and intelligence organizations did develop at the same time that NASA did. So almost from the beginning, America had two space stories happen simultaneously. We had the civilian space and we had military space. One of the stories is that everybody sees this. We see astronauts, we see rockets, moon missions, exploration. But the other side is considerably quieter. Surveillance, warning, intelligence, communications, national security. And the second story is the one that eventually leads us to the Space Force. The invisible infrastructure. Now we get to what I call the quiet revolution. Satellites stop being technological novelties. They become infrastructure. Reconnaissance satellites slow governments and allow governments to observe activities thousands of miles away. Missile warning satellites can detect infrared signatures associated with missile launches. Why are we worried about missile launches from thousands of miles away? Oh, I know why. I kind of see why the Western sciences and there's those ideals is galloping and like just mentally outclassing other views. I'm not saying this because I'm an American and I'm westernized, but dang, look at the evidence. Look at the evidence. I'm not walking backwards, absolutely not. Communication satellites allow forces separated by enormous distances to communicate. These same things allow us to communicate online. These are the things that we shouldn't have because of the racist science that produced it, huh? Think about that. This the science that's been trumping all the other scientists and putting them other scientists in a chokehold. I'm not fighting for it. I'm just saying, what is it? Is it the results of these sciences that got those other scientists in a chokehold? I'm not seeing chickens' heads being cut off and blood being dripped on an altar actually doing anything. This is technology. This is what you want me to go back? Absolutely not. Not when they doing these things. Weather satellites improve military planning. And all of this is happening above our heads, where most of us never even think about. You still trying to figure out where you from. For what? Where you at? Where you going? That's important, man. We can't look past. What is we doing? I really don't know where I'm from. I know where the fuck I'm at. I'm not going to sit here and argue about who I could be and what I could be. It's wasted time. I know what I am and what I can be. I know where I'm at and where I'm going. I'm never going to not recognize that I'm black and there's a chance that I could be from Africa. I'm never not going to recognize that my grandma was half Indian and that I could be from America. So what? It don't change nothing. Because these people got weapons and things above your head that you are dependent on, and you will cry if these things fell out the sky. But you telling me I should be trying to sacrifice a monkey so I can talk to my auntie. How that monkey got contact with my auntie? How that monkey's blood can contact my auntie and I can't? What I want to go back looking over there for? I know they did it. I'm ashamed they was doing it. They could have been my people though. Shout out my ancestors. The ones who made the right decisions and the ones who made the wrong decisions. Because all of them wasn't making right decisions. Where we at? What kind of revolution y'all talking about? Do y'all understand what type of things they have that we have to overcome? The Hebrew Israelites, I hope your God can take over this stuff. He got to be powerful. I hope y'all can stop them tanks and stuff when y'all say that God done gave y'all the power to do whatever you doing, because they definitely gonna come try you. You and your God. They've been doing it. Oh, that's your God? Your God can't mess with my God. How I know that? Because I got this stuff from my God. What do that mean? If you put your God up against my God, I say I pray to God to win this war. You say you pray to God to win the war. And then you get beat. And then all of a sudden you cursed. That's why you got beat. No, that means my God is either better than yours or your God doesn't exist and my God is the real God. That's what y'all don't see about how that evolved. And then you got people who actually understood that there is no God. We making these choices. That's why they started calling it manifest destiny, because they understood that they was making them choices. And here y'all want to go back doing rituals that wasn't working for nobody. They was trying it over here too. Shout out Rhetoric Frontier. Humble was over there the other day. They was talking about even the white people when they was doing stuff. They got the same faults. Wasn't none of it working. I don't think they was actually trying to pull the wood. I think that these people was trying to do experiments so they could be the first ones to say that they was doing these things. But these things don't happen with magic. So they had to continue pushing these narratives because they had already lied on themselves and said that they was in contact with this stuff. And this is the same thing we going through while they putting shit over your heads and you trying to get back. Hey, man. Shit. Where you trying to go? Fuck where you from. Where you at and where you trying to go? I'm not saying you can't go back. You can go back to where you want to. They got some protection over my head over here. I don't know too much African science that put protection over their head. They got a couple, I think Africa got a couple satellites up there. They ain't gonna let you put nothing up there. How you gonna fight back to even put something up there now after they already got it? Like, we've been put in the bind that the only thing that could happen for you to come up out of it is for you to find a way to work within this until you can have control of what's going on. Because right now, you don't. You ain't got control of nothing. You don't know who you are. You don't know who you want to claim. I'm claiming the unknown origin. I know for a fact that I don't know where from. but I know where I'm at. I know where I can go. What am I sitting back waiting for? I'm waiting for everybody else to get on this same page. We got people arguing, is the Neteru literal or not? Nigga, is the Space Force literal or not? It's literal. You know it is. It's there. It's working. It'll bust the Neteru down right now. It'll bust the Hebrew God down right now. It'll drop things on the Hebrews right now. Israel doing it right now. To Palestine. Palestine doing it. Everybody, they got weapons. We don't got nothing. We over here, we ain't did nothing to nobody. And y'all want to claim heritages and stuff of people who did despicable deeds. And they still putting stuff above your heads and under the water. Satellites in the sky, communications. We can't even figure out if the Neteru was literal or not. Like that's some type of profound. You better stop. You better stop. Come on, man. We've strategically created an interesting situation. Think about it. Suppose your aircraft works, your ships work, your missile works, your soldiers are ready, but somebody takes away the satellite systems connecting them. How much capability disappears? You as a civilian, would you cry if you couldn't call your girlfriend on the phone or send a text? Or get to your Cash App? You cry. Wouldn't nobody hear you because there wouldn't be no technology. The thing that you hate the most. And this is just the evolution of man. We can't evolve biologically no more, so we evolving with the things that we have around us and forming things that we use as extensions of ourselves. They could be used for good or they could be used for bad. They've been used for bad. Right now, it seems neutral. They're making defenses to stop the things because when they found these technologies, they didn't use them for good first. They used them to make weapons. It's crazy. The people that be having power always make the wrong always make the wrong decisions when it comes to something. But I think making the Space Force might have been one of the best decisions that America's ever made for itself. It's a defense system. Let's talk about the GPS, man, the global positioning system. That thing that we're using right now to be online. What science this come from? I don't know. I'm going to just say science, period. Not Western, not the racist science. That's where this stuff came from. Why we didn't do it first? Why wasn't we moving like this? Oh, because we wasn't a warfaring people. Man, you crazy. Egypt was capturing, Kemet was capturing, people was going, giving themselves to slavery and then crying, acting like they was coming out. They'll come out there and start trying to slave people. And they was doing it everywhere. Nobody. The only people that ain't did it is the American nigga. I hate to say it like that. But you that I'm talking to that's listening to me, you ain't never did nothing. Your ancestors were slaves, wherever they came from. When they got here, they became a new people and they ain't wronged nobody. That's the heritage you need to be trying to get. You don't want to be no despicable person who might have been selling people. You don't want to be one of them people that ended up on the ship because you was over there doing something terrible and this the only way you could get away. You don't want to be one of them people whose people wasn't protecting themselves, but they were smart enough to do all the other things that we say are smart, but just wasn't smart enough to protect themselves. No. I know that the people I come from started in a position of no power, no struggle. We done came through what we came through with brilliance. And we continue to try to fight through that. Some people want to take us all the way to Mesopotamia and tell you that you're a Hebrew Israelite and that the atrocities that befell you because your ancestors didn't follow God. And so you're cursed and you can't get out of it. Think about this curse now. And think about the technology that they have. And these people telling y'all that, no, we fixing to get up out of this. Don't worry about it. God coming back. They're going to be fighting God. They'll kill you before God can bless you. Oh, but God can bring us all back. What you just said, that ain't how it's going to happen. Because you was talking about global dominance. It's never going to work like that. Never. They all just have to die. It has to really be a sunburst that don't burn us and burn. Like, you'll never take over control where they'll be subjected to you. Never. They got this thing called a global position. Let me get back to it, man. GPS might be the best example of how deeply space technology has entered ordinary life. Most people think GPS means the little blue dot on your phone. That's almost comically inadequate. GPS provides positioning, navigation, and extremely precise timing. And time. Oh, remember I tell you about time. And what is the timing doing with your nature? The timing functions is enormous. Time, when they ask what I got up under my sleeve, they never ever believe when I tell them it's all timing. Timing is everything. And this GPS system that they have above you is working on precise timing. That's an enormous function. Timing and the right timing is enormous when it comes to the function. Because telecommunications networks use precise timing. Financial transactions depend on timestamps, precise timing. Electrical grids use synchronization, precise timing. Aircraft use GPS, ships use GPS, the military uses GPS. But guess what else uses GPS? Precision guided weapons, logistic networks. So imagine turning off your GPS, not your phone, the system. What begins falling? That's where this becomes strategically uncomfortable. Every dependence is also potentially a vulnerability. The better GPS becomes, the more systems we build around GPS. The more systems we build around GPS, the greater the consequences come if the GPS messes up. That's a dependency problem. It's shown right there at the bottom of the slide. The more vital space systems become to everyday operations, the more devastating their loss becomes. Think about it, man. Why did the United States create the Space Force? Well, that could be one reason. Because we need a better position, huh? So I gave y'all a couple of reasons. Now we're going to get into 1982. The director and the direct institutional ancestor. And this happened September 1st, 1982. Air Force Space Command is established. Not just the Air Force now. They got the Air Force Space Command. Did y'all know that we had that before we had the Space Force? Is that the Space Force? Was they already working behind the scenes? Wait till we get deep into this, man. You want to talk about an ancestor? I'm going to give you an ancestor from 1982, an institutional ancestor. The Air Force centralized major military space responsibilities under a dedicated command. This gives space operations organizational identity. Now they can start getting money. And before I go on, if you're in the chat, I see Titans Debate League in the chat. Am I all right? Is my audio all right, man? I want to make sure I ain't talking too low, that you can't hear me.
No, you ain't okay, brother. You ain't okay.
Oh, okay, Humble still here. Bet. Thank you, Humble. Thank you. But now the Air Force, they centralize some responsibilities to space, and it dedicates this command under space. And this gives space operations organizational identity. Personnel can specialize, doctrine can develop, command structures can develop, military space operations become something people can build careers around. And Bernard Shriver's earlier missile and space work is part of the lineage leading here. Think about that. I'm talking about they got DNA from things that they've used as technology. I see the chat going up. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Where you from and where you at, we getting to it. Why was the Space Force needed? But Bernard Shriver's earlier missile and space work is part of the lineage leading to what we call now the space program, Space Force. But now we hit what I think is one of the strongest questions in the entire episode. If Air Force Space Command already existed, why do we need the Space Force? Seriously. If the Air Force already had an operational organization specifically responsible for military space, why create an entirely new armed service? Oh, the money's gonna get them moving, huh? Don't accept because space became important as a complete answer. Space was already important. Something else had to be wrong with the existing arrangement. Was it? What was wrong? You want me to cam up? Man, let me cam up, man, while I get a presentation there. Let me see, can I make it where? We on here. I know my man's A1. Let me get into a commercial break and I'ma find it real quick, man. Shout out to all the Mother Natures, Father Times in the building. You know what it is. It's your man Oli. We on the hours in the nest. Nest stands for news, entertainment, space, and time. Nah, it can stand for whatever you want to. But we finna get into one of our sponsors. So and get back to this information, man.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
Yeah, we in her thing, man. I don't think they can see my slides like that, though. Damn. Can I make it bigger? I don't know. Dang. I can't find the right one. Let me see. Maybe that's good enough, man. Dang, no, you can't see the slide though. Okay, so we just gonna have to go to the regular, huh? Yo.
Let me see if I can help you out one time.
Yeah, man, help me out real quick, man. I forgot the slide's gonna be on there. I can have it
Did
just
he drop Humble on purpose, or did he drop himself?
He might have dropped himself trying to
Okay.
because I didn't drop it.
Where are the layouts?
Uh,
You are looking for.
Now you can just put the one on the side like we always do it, not do it in regular, so we won't have to be doing.
Yeah, I think that's what you should do. Just go with
Yeah,
that.
I was trying to make myself big.
I'm here, family.
Next
I
to
just
the
had a phone call real quick. I'm here.
Just,
Bet.
just check
We're
it
gonna
out.
get back into it though, man.
You got the flow.
Bet. Say shout out Quantum, aka Oli, Mr. Divine Mechanics. But yeah, man, we getting into it, man. I hope y'all can see the slides. Just want to make sure I cam up so people can see me for a minute, because you know what I'm saying, that's what they seem to prefer. And I think I might have accidentally moved my slide when I wasn't. Oh no, we're still on slide 7. Yeah, because we got to the question: why did we need the Space Force if we already had Air Force Space Command? And a lot of people say because space became important, but like I said, space was already important. For sure that space was important. So something else had to be wrong with either the existing arrangement or something else happened. And that's what we're about to find out. Because the 1991 Gulf War and the strategic paradox comes into play. Operation Desert Storm is something described as the first space war. Not because people were fighting orbital battles, but because space systems were integrated into terrestrial warfare at an unprecedented rate. I'm talking about never before seen. We've seen GPS, we've seen satellite communications come into play, we've seen weather come into play, we've seen missile warnings, navigation, intelligence, and then suddenly space isn't just supporting our communications or some type of distant future war. It's supporting the war that was happening at that moment that the war was going on. And today we still see that. We still see these things supporting the wars that's going on. And look at the cycle on this side. You see it right there on the slide. On military capabilities increase when we find military use for our communications and the operations that we only see as civilians. That's a feedback loop. Strategic but with that, strategic vulnerability increases. So at the same time that they propping up and making an advantage of something, their opponent has an incentive to attack what it is that's giving them that benefit, that's giving them that strategic advantage. So American success using space created a reason for adversaries to figure out how to deny America the advantage of using space. And that's the paradox. We see China and Russia today in their space programs. As Hiru asked earlier, do I think that we're the only people that got space programs? No, I don't. I know we're not. I know we're not the only people that have space programs. But what else do I not know? Let's reopen our unknown file. Project Sign, Project Grudge, and Project Blue Book. Have y'all heard about any of these? I know y'all have. Whatever somebody believes about a UFO, one fact isn't particularly controversial. The United States government investigated reports of unidentified objects. Yeah, we did. We investigated the reports. Why? Because during the Cold War, unidentified objects in American airspace represented a national security problem, regardless of whether extraterrestrials existed or not. Y'all remember Hiroshima? Our airspace and the importance of our airspace. I said Hiroshima. I meant, Hiroshima happened after Pearl Harbor. So, yeah. Nagasaki and Hiroshima, where we dropped our bombs after they flew. But all of these things was happening. I don't even like talking about them. I'm saying them loud because it's some of the despicable things that happen within the human race. But Pearl Harbor, Nagasaki, Hiroshima, those were places where we can look at air command and why airspace became so important. Like I said, during the Cold War, when you seen something up in the sky, you didn't worry about extraterrestrials. You knew that it was something coming from somebody right here. You wondered, could it be Soviet technology? Could somebody be observing military installations? Could it be an American classified program? Could it be atmospheric phenomena? Could the witness simply be mistaken? Or is there something genuinely unexplained? Those are different hypotheses. And notice something important. Unexplained isn't an explanation. If investigators can identify an object, that doesn't magically transform it into an extraterrestrial spacecraft. We see that today. Oh, it's something in the air. Oh, it's an alien. It's special. Do you know the technology we have as humans? Do you know the war and the weapons of, I ain't gonna even say mass destruction, but do you know the weapons that they have? That's gonna be on one of my. Absolutely.
I think it's the most hilarious thing when people see an unidentified flying object, or what are they calling them now? UAPs.
UAP.
And then say it's an alien. No, you were right the first time. It's an unidentified flying object. You don't know what it is. So how do you come to a conclusion that it's a life form from a different place? Like that's the opposite of calling it an unidentified. Like somehow you know what it is. It's identified.
It's identified. Yeah, you identified.
Yeah, it's identified.
Yeah,
you niggas got to pick a struggle. But go ahead, you got the floor.
No, yeah, that's like for years. This is always. Go ahead, Humble. I couldn't hear you. As muffled, Humble. I still couldn't understand you. And it ain't that you choppy or nothing. You just muffled. But I usually can understand something, but I couldn't understand nothing right there. But yeah, A1, I'm talking about since I was younger. I always wondered, like, why do they always say that something is from outer space or extraterrestrial when we know that people on Earth are making things and keeping it secret, especially when you talk about governments and you know about weapons that they use? Why would I tell everybody that I got this out? I got to fly this first. I got to move this around first to make sure I can control it before I let anybody know it. And you should look at, just tap into 2026 on your YouTube, say 2026 weapons and then put whatever country, Russia, United States, and they're going to show you weapons. And you tell me why you think some of the things that you've seen in the sky or some of the things that we've seen in the sky as humans should be identified as extraterrestrial. We brilliant as humans, y'all. Think about it. The only divisions that we have is when it comes to the moral fortitude of different peoples in different times and eras and the outcomes that's come, the atrocities that we've faced and how we've overcome, the scars that still haven't healed, that can only be healed by acknowledgement of the atrocities and repayment. No, not retribution. We can do it with grace. Shout out my man Omar Muhammad. But yeah, man, the intellectual responsibility that we have to take when we're talking about seeing things in the sky and dismissing them as extraterrestrial and thinking that those things are extraterrestrial. Remember, we have at this time the Air Force Space Command that, and the Air Force itself, along with other countries and nations and communities on different continents who have the same interests, who do the same thing we do when it comes to forming technology and testing it. And that's a Pepsi for y'all that, so y'all won't think, no, I don't drink. But this is where the investigation starts, because this is where we start getting into good things now. Because we come into 2001. And this is where we see that bureaucratic knot. We finally start getting to answer why the Air Force Space Command wasn't considered enough. By 2001, America's dependence on space had grown dramatically, but responsibility was fragmented. The Air Force, the Army, the Navy, intelligence agencies, different acquisitions, different surveillance systems, different communications abilities, like different chains of command, different priorities. And the 2001 Space Commission examines this structure. Look at the criticisms that's represented here on this slide. We see that leadership fragmented. We see acquisition problems. We see personal and personnel development problems. Space expertise and competing for attention inside organizations primarily built around other missions. We start seeing people or our different branches of the military finding missions that needed its own individuality, because if you didn't, you would get this bureaucratic knot. And that's why we had a bureaucratic problem. The bureaucracy sounds boring until you start talking about national defense, because you start asking, who has the authority? Who buys the satellites? Is it the Army? Is it the Navy? Is it the Air Force? Is it the Marines? Who develops the doctrine that we have when we use these things? Who trains personnel? Who decides priorities? See, this bureaucratic knot, this is the same bureaucratic knot that I found when I was doing my research on the Hebrew Israelites and the different factors of them. But I can't even get into that. I don't know why I keep on jumping down there, but it plays a big part in my ending, and that's why. But who has the priorities? Who gets the money that's allocated for these things? Who is accountable when something fails? All of these questions need to be answered, because suddenly bureaucracy becomes a strategy. And here's the question: can an organization designated primarily around air warfare even give space warfare equal institutional priority? Can the Air Force, which we know covers the airspace within the atmosphere of the Earth, have priority to cover the defense of space? That's a lot on their plate. That's an argument, not automatic fact. That's one of the arguments that they had to have to figure out, should we just keep the Air Force and start giving the Air Force all this money? Because that's what it's going to come to. And that was 2001. But in 2007, China does something that changes the conversation. China launches a direct ascent anti-satellite weapon, and it destroys its own Fengyun 1C weather satellite. So now there's no theoretical debate about whether satellites can be deliberately destroyed. Now America back on their seats again. China can destroy satellites. They did it right too. They showed everybody that they could destroy satellites by destroying one of their own satellites. Precision. They needed precision to do this. Was this Western science? Or was that China? Was it racist science? That's neither here nor here. Because, like I said, there's no debate about it. Now we have to worry about it. The destruction creates thousands of trackable debris objects plus smaller debris. So now, since they destroyed their satellite, every other satellite that's in space becomes subject to being destroyed by the debris. And China don't care about it. This was China's move. This was to show them, not only can we shoot your satellite down, but if we just hit one of them, it could take down all the other ones. In fact, with the precision we used, we made sure that we didn't hit any of your satellites. And that was a big thing, because it showed that space warfare had environmental, and the environment of satellites now in the orbit is now in trouble. It's a battlefield now. There's consequences. And think about it. That debris is still in orbit right now. Still has a chance to come and hit another satellite. Still has a chance to drop a satellite or any kind of other technology out of the sky. So what happened when the infrastructure now becomes a target? What do we do? Because by 2007, America isn't merely asking whether space is useful. It's asking whether space assets can survive conflict. We just spent all these billions and billions of dollars over the years to put these satellites in space just for us to see that at any whim it could be gone. Oh, man, we got to spend money. That's a completely different strategic problem now. Why did the United States create the Space Force? Let me show you why. For your protection, man. Because now we can map the counter space threat. And destroying satellites with missiles is only one possibility. Counter space warfare can be kinetic or non-kinetic. You can physically destroy something, but you can also jam communications. You can spoof navigation signals. You can attack ground stations. You can attack communication stations through cyber operations, cyber warfare. We hear about that all the time. Potentially, we can interfere with satellites using other spacecraft. We can use these satellites as rendezvous points. We can use them as proximity operations in space. We can use these as direct energy systems. And we don't know if China can do this or Russia can use these same things as direct energy systems. That's a big strategic thing we have to look at when we talk about the safety of us. Because think about it. It don't matter where you move. Are you going to be subject to these things? Man, what is we doing? What is we thinking about? Why did they put something in space with all the problems that's going on the ground? Why does it seem that some people ain't even worried about what this God said or that God said? Why does it seem that every time somebody claims that they have the upper hand in communication with God, that somebody comes and tests a God only to beat their gods, and then people to say, oh no, we curse? It's crazy, man. It's crazy. And this distinction matters. Think about it. Because attacking a satellite doesn't necessarily mean blowing it up. If I can prevent your satellite from communicating, I may have achieved the military objective without creating any debris field. So if I can jam your communications, I don't even have to worry about blowing it up. Look, man. Y'all think about things flying in the sky. Why do they have them? What do they look like? We have to protect our assets. Because knowing now that they don't have to send a missile up there to do it, even though they can, there's evidence that there's other ways that these systems can be taken over. Why did the United States create the Space Force? What has China and Russia really demonstrated to make us want to create a Space Force? What does American intelligence assets have when it comes to being important enough to have to defend all the way to space? Is it just Russia and China? Is there something else that they know that we don't? What do analysts believe their development? And what remains classified? Those aren't equivalent categories, because government treats assessment as deserved examinations. But the government says our adversaries can do X isn't automatically identical to publicly demonstrating evidence of X. Yeah, they can do that, but what else can they do? Shout out Cosmine. Why did they? That's why we're going over Cosmine. I'm showing a few things, but there's a lot of other. And because this is only episode 1, you know how I do it when I do it. I bring it in episodes because there's so much information about the Space Force and why we created the Space Force. We're going to find out if it was for the responsibility of protection, or was it because money could move? Why did they create the Space Force? Now we arrive at something that's often lost in the political argument. Donald Trump didn't simply wake up one morning and invent the concept of reorganizing the military and getting the Space Force military branch. He didn't just wake up and, oh, you know what? We need a Space Force. No. In 2017, members of Congress were already pushing a Space Corps proposal. And notice the timing. That's before Trump's major political pushback of science having a problem. This is where he started his major public push for the Space Force and to defund other things. The argument was that military space suffered from fragmented leadership, acquisition problems, and insufficient institutional attention. So Donald Trump came like, hold on. Why is the Space Command in the Air Force when we could allocate this money directly to a force for space? So in 2018, that's when Trump entered, because in 2017, they was already pushing for a Space Corps. This is the government. So Donald Trump, even though he championed the idea and he's the one that got it started, he didn't just wake up one morning and start this. He did accelerate the movement of the idea because the political conversation that he championed, and you know how Trump got his followers, like Trump says we need a Space Force, we need a Space Force. Shout out Vickers. I see Vickers in the building tonight. I don't know how long you've been up in here. Respect to the knowledge. No, thanks, Vic. Vicar, I said Vickers again. It's Vicar. Vicar's World. Shout out my man Cosmine, Cal in the, he said, why did they? Yeah, that's what we're doing. Then he said, oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I already showed me. Shout out Cosmine, Cal. Y'all make sure y'all get over there to that channel and watch some of that content that they provide over there. And remember, he is part of the Titan Debate League tournament this year. So get out there and show that love. Oh, Vicar gave us some jewels, man. Shout out Vicar, man. Shout out the support. You know, we need the support. We love the support as much as give our support to the rest of the community, man. Get out there, see what people talking about. See if we got some ideas that's changing. Because for me, as I stated, I know where I'm at. And I know where we can go. I don't too much know where I'm from. It's been blocked. And we don't know why. But we're going to get back into this push for reorganization, man. I got somebody just came up. Let me see who that is. Yeah, that's my man's Big Cuz in the building. You already know it. Shout out Big Cuz. What up, my guy? I only got a few more slides. You can say something right now if you want. I'm on slide 13. I only got 2 more. If you want to wait till I finish this out, and then we can go back through there and talk it, because I think you might have came in late, but I can re-go over my slides for you.
Yeah, no. Go ahead. Keep cooking, bro. Love, life, balance out there too.
Yes. Got to open your eyes. But yeah, man. We see here on the slide, 2018. That's when Donald Trump entered the story, and he accelerated the political conversation by publicly championing the idea of the Space Force being separate from the Air Force. And so the idea then has presidential visibility. Everybody start talking about it. But the president can't simply invent an armed service by announcement, because you already know that the Congress has authority. We have to get constitutional authority from the Congress, and you got three moving parts: congressional proposal, you got executive advocacy, and then you got the Pentagon structurally planning this new branch. And so eventually those three things are going to converge, because we're going to have to find out who's making the choices and what's really going to come. And that distinction matters, because depending on somebody's politics, people sometimes either credit Trump with inventing the entire concept, or they act as though he had nothing to do with it. And so, you know me, I always have to be fair. It was a concept, but after Trump championed it, it got a little bit more acceleration, as if he was the force behind it. And so we got the next slide, which is December 20th of 2019. And this is the actual birth date of the 6th Armed Service. It's the legal birth of it. Donald Trump signed it. He signed the FY 2020. I always said it's FY 2020 National Defense Authorization Act. I never knew what FY stood for. I always said it stood for fuck you 2020. But excuse my language. I'm just telling y'all that because that's always what I see when I see that. The United States Space Force becomes the 6th Armed Service. Excuse me. But as you see, this slide contains another distinction that's constantly confused by people. The Space Force and the Space Command aren't the same thing. Space Force is the military service. Think Army, Navy, Air Force. Its job is to organize, train, and equip forces. United States Space Command is the combatant command. So what they did was actually keep the military, the most military part of the Space Command with the Air Force. And one creates and prepares the forces, and the other one uses assigned forces for the missions. So I think I really got to emphasize that America didn't suddenly begin militarizing space on December 20th, 2019. Most of these missions had already existed. They had already been doing it through the Space Command. Space Command had already existed. Satellites already existed. Bases already existed. Personnel already existed. Space Force reorganized an existing military space enterprise into an independent service. And this independent service gets new money to spread around. And throughout these episodes of why America has a Space Force, we're going to get deep down to it and show you how the political side gets into the pockets of the people within the community. And so the conclusion and the question that remains: why did America create the Space Force? It's not because America suddenly discovered space in 2019. It's not because satellites suddenly became useful. We didn't create the Space Force because somebody suddenly realized China existed. And based on the public evidence we've examined, we don't need extraterrestrials to explain the creation of the Space Force. Those are different things, and those are different views that we're going to look at. But the historical progress is visible. Missiles lead into space technology. Space technology produces satellites. Satellites become the infrastructure, and the infrastructure creates a dependency that we depend on. That dependency creates a vulnerability, and adversaries develop counter space capabilities. And we have ourselves, because other countries and other democracies too have space programs. They have satellites. They have the same capabilities that we have. So now we have to wonder, like, do we actually need this? Like, it sounds easy when you first think about it. Do we need a space force? Yes, but why do we? Actually, why do we need this? Because we see that now space is very important. Space exploration isn't just a thing. When you think about UFOs and UAPs, man, they got all kind of things that we seem not to know about, but people always have an idea. Just like A1 said, you say that it's a unidentified flying object at the same time saying that it's from outer space. Well, you identified it. You didn't identify it fully, but you gave it some type of identification. You said it's from outer space. But I ask you, why would it have to be from outer space? With all of the technology, yes, Vakar, I've seen several. I've seen, I ain't gonna say several, 2 incidents of things that I just can't say that I could identify. They wasn't no magic things. It wasn't no, I know it was something, but I also understand that right here in Oklahoma, and I'm in Midwest City, we have an Air Force base, Tinker Air Force Base. There's a lot of traffic over Air Force bases. And so I always, like I say, I don't take away the greatness of men and humans and what we do. We also have Altus Air Force Base down in Southwest Oklahoma. So, and there's traffic on airports everywhere. So no one's immune from maybe being able to see some of the sights and wonders of things that we call UFOs or UAPs, IAPs. They even got IFOs identified. So yeah, over the bases, Vakar. And not just over the bases, because like I say, if they testing something, they're gonna fly it for as far as they can. It might take off and fly around the world in 3 seconds, 4 seconds or something. We'll never know what they got. You know what I'm saying? Until we get into these actual programs and stop fighting the system in a way that's not capable of being a persistent and viable view. When we talk about fighting the system, the Space Force, what we was talking about though, you know, and we'll talk about, let me see where I'm at. I'm on slide 15. I'm on slide 15. We was talking about the conclusion and the questions, how things lead to other things. But as you can see, private companies are going to start being used. And this is where it becomes a real deep situation for me, because I know, as we talked about earlier, the space debris, people can now form private companies to go say, hey, I can retrieve that space debris. Who got the rockets? Who's making those rockets? Who's giving those people the money to create that? Because this is where it gets good. This is where you can get rich, because private companies become deeply integrated into the national security space. We become commercial infrastructures, and they become legitimate and really used for military targets, because now the military doesn't have time to waste on those type of cosmetic and maintenance type things. What happens when GPS, communications, banking, and transportation, intelligence, and military operations all depend upon infrastructures orbiting the same planet? And then there's our unknown file. How much does the public actually know about classified military activity in space? Could some historical UFO sightings have been classified American or foreign technology? Certainly, that's a possibility in this case. Does that explain them all? Absolutely not. We don't have evidence to say that yet. Are there genuinely anonymous cases? Yes. There are cases that remain unsolved, unresolved, unknown. Does that mean that those things are extraterrestrial? Absolutely not. Not at all. But here's where I want to leave this episode, because as I said, I got more episodes. We spent roughly 80 years moving the military to the high ground. That's what we did in America. From land to aircraft to missiles to satellites to an entire armed service dedicated to space. Why did we create the Space Force? So maybe the most interesting question simply isn't why do we have a Space Force? Maybe it's, what does the United States government believe the next battlefield is going to look like? And more importantly, what does it know that we don't? That's where I opened the panel. I'm going to open the panel to that question right there. What does it know that we don't know? Does our government know something that we don't know? Is that why they created the Space Force? That's where we get back into this right here real quick. See Donald Trump on the right side, Space Force symbol. On the left side, you see the astronaut, or is that an astronaut? Oh yeah. It's definitely in the Space Force Command, and I'm gonna go over all of those things, and I might actually do it here because I do have the Space Force website pulled up. But you also see that little guy up there in that corner, the extraterrestrial looking guy with the big eyes. Is that what we got? We created the Space Force. Is there a threat that we don't know about? We're gonna get into it. We're going to get into it. But that's where I'm going to end episode 1, and I'm going to open the panel. We already got some people up. Let me see, who is that? Oh, that's just me, Cosmon, and A1. Vakar in the building. We got anybody want to come up and say anything? Let me put this.
And you know, I'm working. I can't even chop it. I'm just listening, but I'll chime in when I can.
We got you. I got you. Look like you got on a spacesuit. Who you working for? Is you making some type of technology that they? No.
I'm in the lab right now. I work in the lab, man.
Straight up. That good business. But you know, my man Kaz, Big Kaz in the building, man. I know you got some nice say about the topic, because I know you have one of them minds like mine that's very stimulated by these type of topics. Let me cut this music off, man. I needed that for dramatic presence while I was doing my read. But yeah, man, that the Space Force is something that we have now. We got to deal with, and there's plenty of things that we need to look at. And as I said, this is episode 1. My next episode is going to be about the commercial use that the Space Force is going to have to use. Where money is going to be allocated, which private companies are going to be getting these contracts from the government, Um, it's gonna be real big, man. It's gonna be really big, and we'll see exactly why the Space Force was created, and it could be for several reasons. But we're gonna find out exactly why and give our own assumptions about it, because it's out there. Are there extraterrestrials? Does the government know about extraterrestrials supposed to be coming? We've heard earlier what Haru said about some of the beliefs about beings coming back, as if they dropped some beings off, circled around, and did some exploration of the universe, and now they're on their way back to see the findings. Is that what they're waiting for? I've seen plenty of videos online of Trump supposedly talking to what they call the Nordic alien race, the Galactic Federation. Is this why they created the Space Force? I don't know. I'm not making any claims. I'm asking questions. If you're in the chat or anything, you have any questions or comments, any opinions about the Space Force, please feel free to come on up and talk to us about it. Link. Let me drop the link for Vakar because he asked for it. Anybody up on the panel want to say anything? I know A1 said he working.
Well, to just stay on topic and answer the question, I think it's yes. They know something that the people don't know. First of all of science's ideas on Big Bang and how they thought the universe was, how they thought space worked, how they even thought it was a vacuum, right? Every single theoretical prediction is wrong. Every single one of them, y'all. They going back to the board, rewriting them, as you dig what I'm talking about, as they going along and still in the theoretical stance. And so when they get out to outer space and they find out, in this place that they thought was going to be this dull, lifeless, it's just massive amounts of things there, and what I mean, all types of energies, and so just to be plain, I ain't gonna dip off into it too much, but yes, I believe they are preparing for anything, because they're not sure what's gonna happen. You dig what I'm talking about? So one of the things that went off in I think it was 2025, into 2025, they had an astral body pop up on the blip, and it was real close to Earth, and what they thought that they could do, and from my understanding, they did, was land a ship onto a comet body and actually move the comet body to where it wasn't so threatful to Earth.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You would only have to, as far as it was, you would only have to move it a couple feet. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it would miss our atmosphere by thousands of miles.
Because right.
Yeah. So
you believe that they did. You believe that they did it, and it just wasn't theoretical. Because I remember hearing about that. You believe they did it?
Yeah, I believe they did it, but I don't believe humans did it.
Mm.
That and that's one of the things that I know they hiding. Getting out of our geocorona, our solar, or our not our solar system, but our planetary system, our atmosphere. if you notice, and it's been since 96, and vortex dynamics and vortex sciences being put into effect, that NASA has been using vortex sciences to move through the heavens. For instance, they throw or shoot things in space in arcs, right, to precisely get to where you want to go. But what they know is I know they know this. It was explained to them, written down, and given to them step by step. Vortex sciences back in '84, before anybody knew really about them, and Descartes had already been debunked. You dig what I'm talking about? So nobody was checking for vortex sciences in that way, because they thought space was like just empty air. But when they got up there, it was fluid. Huh? What's it's hard for living entities, for living ones, to get outside of our atmosphere because of temperature, radiation, all type of different things.
All type of fields.
Yeah, that machines can make it through. Right? Machines can make it through, and they do. Right? But I don't think man has made it that far, and I think they know they can't go out there. Right? I think they know that, and I think they understand that space is like solution. You know what I mean? It is like sublimated material and solution, and primarily hydrogen. All right? They call it dark energy, or right? It's just space, y'all, but it's fluid. This is the ether. All right? It sublimates material. As above, so below, correct? Well, what does ether do on Earth? It sublimates corporeal material. Tears paint off stuff. It breaks things down. Same thing ether does in the heavens, in the sky. And this is why they're moving in a certain way, right? They have certain spiral patterns and all this stuff, and you can't just straight shot even a satellite. Like you couldn't like straight shot it like a bullet, right? It would literally smash into the interstellar space wall, like our air, where the air would end, space would start, and it's fluid, so it would be like smacking into the ocean.
Going full speed.
Yep, boom. But if you curve, right, and you match the speed, you can melt into the, you know what I mean? You can get into the orbit, into the spin, into the vortex.
Yeah.
Right? You can get into that vortex, and you can then move around and then shoot out. You see what I'm saying? Like slingshotting.
And that's what they've shown too around with different probes and stuff. The slingshot method of slinging something further out there, orbit around something, take a couple of slings around, sling it further on out there, right?
Mm-hmm. And even though I don't rock with flat Earth and all that, but there's one thing that I agree with Flat Earth on, and that is NASA is lying, right? NASA knew in 1984 because a faithist named Hugh Rose wrote a book on the vortices, the science that's in Oahspe, different than Descartes, right? Totally different. And so they've known this, right? They've been known this. And if you notice, NASA's suits, the suits that they use, they are just like deep sea diving suits. They are virtually the same, right? If it's nothing but air up there, why would you need a sea suit? Because it's denser than what they tell you, right?
And that's what I showed on my my bad. I just real quick. That's what I showed on my slide, that NASA is actually the civilian cover up, and then you got the military that has their own space programs that's more private than, oh yeah, we're going out here and doing this. This is what we got going. That's why NASA, like you say, could be lying to us, and more
NASA
than likely
could not even know.
He said
NASA could totally. NASA, they could be dupes. You dig what I'm talking about? Totally getting duped too, right? Let's not put nothing over our government.
Man, you can't.
Listen, every time I think that they can't, they already did it. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm just late. They evil on a whole nother level.
Why did they create the Space Force, man? That's why I asked that question.
I mean, also, I think science knows this, but it won't readily admit it. But they know, right, that there are bodies in our atmosphere, right? They can't never tell you where a asteroid comes from, because they don't come from outside our atmosphere. They come from inside our atmosphere. We have places in our atmosphere full of rock. They call it nebula, right? Or nebulous material. It's basically the same thing that everything is made out of, right? But rocks, dust, sand, anything that would be on a planet is above it also.
Yeah.
Yep. You know what I mean? And the farther you go out, the more it's rarefied. So you're gonna find, you know, just like the table of elements. You know what I mean? The periodic table of elements. Just like on it starts with 1, right? The most base and abundant, you dig what I'm saying, substance in the universe as 1, right? That's hydrogen. And just like H2O and all that water and all that stuff is down here, more closer to the earth, denser in a liquid form, and it gets more rarefied as it goes up. It's the same with the elements. If you follow the elements, the heavier elements are towards the earth. And as you go out, the more rarer and rarer are found in our atmosphere or beyond. You dig what I'm saying? Science has already proved that. This is also, oh my God, I'm drawing a blank on the brother's name right now. But Terrence Howard was trying to explain this brother's work, and how he broke his periodic table down in octaves, in spiraling vortexian octaves of sound. Right? He played the chemical to the sound based on the understanding that Tesla tried to explain to people, but he ain't give his real understanding because he was technical, and he would have to delve into what science calls supernatural. Yeah, I don't think he wanted to do that, but that's how you would have to explain the 3, the 6, the 9, right? Because it's mathematics, right? It's based on mathematics, but it's the resonance of the universe. 3, 6, 9, or 33, 66, 99. Also known as it's the way to count generations. It's the way to tell time. Generation is 33 years, right? And because of that understanding, you know, they spookified it for us, right? What they tell you, the 33 is, oh, that's the Mason devil number. Mm-hmm. Not actually knowing it's the key to prophecy and how to tell time. Prophecy ain't no spooky stuff. It's math, basically. It's a lot of history and it's a lot of math. But as much history as you can go backwards with, basing it on times of light and darkness, you can flip it right forward and tell time too. Because events are cyclical. Time isn't linear. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So definitely. I think these are the things that the government is holding back, right? 0-point technology, free energy, that goddamn tachyon detector down there in the South Pole ain't really it detect tachyons, but it do other stuff.
I think all them things. I always said that to myself. Them particle accelerators, them things could be used as weapons and everything, man.
Man, they do all types of stuff.
What's up with it, Vakar? I see you to the stage. We're gonna get to you real quick. Let me let
go ahead, bro.
Big
Cuz. Go ahead.
Rock out.
No, I always like to hear other people's thoughts. You know what I mean? Because ain't nobody trying to, you know what I mean, force any belief or understanding on nobody. So I always like to hear
you answering this question from your view, and that's what this is. We love opinions. That's from your view. That's just, shoot. I don't want to hear nobody arguing against nobody's views. I want to hear what you think about the topics. You know what I'm saying? What you got, Vakar? You got something for us, man? What you think about the space? Did the States create the Space Force for a certain particular reason? I went over kind of the history of how we got to the Space Force, and there's still a lot of questions. I pointed out some of the good things, and one of the good things is the defense and the communications that we have directly when I talk about the mainland that I occupy. And so I'm from the American space system, but I know there's still questions and things, but that's my view. What do you think about why the United States may have space?
I like that iteration of the the YouTube show. Because you helped me remember a couple things I was talking about, because there's a couple points I wanted to chime in on, but I was just letting everybody rock out, Big Cobb Mine was doing his thing, so it was entertaining, and then at the same time, he was talking so true. I'm not gonna knock truth, regardless of whatever religion somebody might try to, pick or choose from. But You know what I'm saying? Only thing I can go off for.
Was that at me?
No,
Oh,
sir.
okay. 'Cause I'm not
Nothing but
religious at
respect.
all.
Nothing but respect.
I didn't know
No.
Oli was religious. You religious, Oli?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I'm not either. So I don't know who Cuz talking about.
No, I'm just saying for the listeners. You feel me? Yeah, for the listeners. Nah, bro. Nah, I'm saying though, like you know, regardless of whatever anybody religion is, like I ain't gonna say I feel or I believe. I'm going off the straight rationale of what I seen or have seen before. You know what I'm saying? Like people be you know, thinking everything funny, but if you live on any other coast, like I said, the coast of America or the Americas, however you want to say it, Florida, bruh, if you watch the coast, you watch the sun rise and the moon set and rise, bruh, you already know what spiritual is. Like, I don't even know why people be playing. Like I always say, people be thinking it's funny or something. Ain't no plane finna go southeast, bruh. That's spirituality, because they already know. Like Big Carl be saying, the whirlwind, bro. Promise you, them dark clouds, something serious.
Man.
Try to lunch up in the
question,
Pacific
bro.
Ocean if you want to.
Hey, Vicar, let me ask you a question. Because you know, I'm just trying to see something. You dig what I'm talking about? Because I've noticed a pattern. You dig what I'm talking about? Have you ever experienced like a UAP or a spaceship or something that you couldn't explain yourself?
Bro, that's, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to express. Like, I appreciate your question on everything, but you know, like I said, I know what I seen with my eyes. And I ain't gonna say it with no ship. I can't really tell because I can't see that far, like no hawk or no eagle, bro. But I promise you, I see UAPs all the time on the coast. Coast of the America, I promise you. Like they, you know what I'm saying? They move, bro. And that's what the Space Force was created for. To observe these phenomenons. You feel me?
What about you, Oli? Have you ever seen a UAP or unidentified flying object?
Yes. I was 3 times. I've seen things that I couldn't identify. And like I said, where I'm at, I'm between 2 Air Force bases. Altus Air Force Base, but the big one, Tinker Air Force Base, is right here next to me. And like, you just see different things. One time, my homeboy had just got out the penitentiary. I was taking him back to my hometown. We driving, boom, and all of a sudden, it was just a green thing just appeared. Just now, me myself, it's a lot of oil fields over there. So I was thinking it might have been some type of chemical or electrical reaction for something that was going on over there. And so it caused a big green, because it turned green and then it turned yellow and it just disappeared. And I started to drive over there. My homie, he was scared. Like, no, don't go over there, Punch. And I'm talking about, I don't know how many miles it could have been, maybe 30, it could have been 60, but it was so right there that I wanted to go investigate. He was scared.
Facts.
And then I just don't never talk to nobody about it, because like I said, there's a lot of oil fields. There's the Air Force Base that's over that way and stuff, but I always give it to natural phenomena. And you know how natural things in the sky, especially when it comes to electromagnetism and things. And so I never could, but it's unidentified. So yes, that's one that I seen. And then there was another one that had lights that I just never seen like that. And so
I just want to add this right here, this part right here. You know what I'm saying? If you're in an open field, like somewhere between the states of, like I'm saying, like Texas or whatever it is, Idaho or Oklahoma, something like that, you can see all the stars, like on some real. But if you at the coast, like I said, between Florida and Virginia Beach or something like that, bro, if you see the natural phenomenon for yourself, I promise you'll have a change of heart. Or my theory is, because I have never been to Africa, If you go on the west coast of Africa and beaches, if they let you, you know what I'm saying? If the military bases let you
Hold on 1 second, Vakar.
hit them beaches,
Noel. Oh, girl. I see you in here. You was on last night and you showed your tatas. We don't have that over here. This ain't no what is it called? OnlyFans.
Yeah, freak show.
Yeah. Trying to come and try to show you titty. I know what you was doing. You was trying to titty bomb us again. My bad. Max Leisure say, how you gonna promise me that you've seen a UAP right after telling me you can't see good?
Train of thought, go. Train of thought, just go.
Who can't see good? That's what makes it a UAP. But they couldn't see it, so it's unidentified.
Ain't nobody seeing
aerial phenomenon. Now, if you meant to put God instead of good, it's just that reason that I told you that I can see it. I promise you that I seen the UAP. And you might not have been talking to me, but I think you was, because I think I did say I promise I seen a UAP, because I have. But yeah, I can see a UAP.
Can't see good
by telling you and tell you at the same time that I can't see God, because they're made.
Yeah, that's not even the same thing.
They'll be made of two different things, I believe.
Yeah, and
it's, even though I can't identify exactly what the phenomena is, I know there's actually a phenomena there. I guess that's how I should say it, if that makes sense to you.
Can I chime in on that real quick?
Go ahead, bro.
Cosman, I see your what's the name moving. Is you talking, or is that just a little noise coming?
No, that's me. We dialecting.
Oh, I can't hear nobody.
You can't hear nobody.
I can't hear neither one of y'all.
Yeah, you got to leave and come back in. That's weird that you can't hear nobody. I can hear Cosmon.
Yes, I can.
And everybody.
I can hear y'all. I forgot my headphones. My headphones be going in and out. It was my headphones. My bad.
I probably need to introduce myself or something, man. Hey, but for real. Hey, I go by Vic, man. 100. I'm a spiritualist because I believe in Americas, and the native supposed to be spiritualists, bro. I don't care what religion it is or whatever type, you know what I'm saying, idols people try to form. I believe in America is supposed to be spiritual, bro. I believe in America is just the Far East. You feel me? And y'all gonna realize that too one day. But like I said, he threw out my train of thought, bro, with that titty bobbing.
Yeah, man, she came. My bad. She came in last night and popped up. I thought she was, because she got on glasses and stuff, and we was talking about quantum physics. I thought she was about to come up and give us some quantum physics, and she gonna show a quantum titty. And I just popped it up. Just come on, lady, don't do us like that.
Need to be smacked. Need to be smacked.
It was little too. It wasn't no little titty. Oh, itty bitty titty.
Damn, I missed that last night, y'all.
Oh man, he was on it. I had to give it to Oli, man. I knew it, right? He was on it though. He was on it. I had to give it to him.
Hey, I promise. As soon as I went, because I kept on asking her, I'm like, do you have anything to say? Do you have anything to say? She said, I'm Noel. How you guys doing? And I said, man, she ain't got nothing. So I went to her name. You know, you can go on there where it say kick or click down. I'm talking about as soon as I pulled it up, she pulled her shirt up. I your ass on up there.
Trying to get us flagged, man. One of our ops just sent her over here.
That's why I seen that she pop in tonight looking the same. You look like you smart and should be able to tell us something, but you missed a short titty.
You know, God bless her. You know, God bless her heart.
Hey, what's McCauley said she was like the #1 foremost expert on quantum computing and shit.
Hey, because that's what we thought.
Yeah, that's what I know. They say she really is that.
Oh.
She just a freak.
Get out of here. She
intelligent freak.
Man, I would love to have her.
Don't nobody else appreciate you, Noel. I appreciate you.
Hey,
in my inbox.
Shout out Noel and them itty bitties.
Hit the Titans Debate League
Crazy.
email, and we might could get you a presentation. It might not be. We can get.
We ain't doing no dollars, though. We ain't doing no dollars. A1, she can't get 50. They're gonna say Cosmon over there tricking.
Shout out Noel, man. She came on last night. Gave us.
They're gonna say Cosmon tricking. Oh hell no! Fuck that. Wow, they over there throwing dollars. Look at the white man throwing dollars. You know that. You know how they gonna do.
But yeah, man.
Hey man, let me finish my thought, man. It's short, it's quick. I promise you.
Go ahead, of course. My bad.
Because I wanted to get back on it though, real quick.
We can get back on it, man. Noel came in and I knew shit I couldn't help you. I just had to let her know. I see you. You're not coming up. Not today. Go ahead, Vakar.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna see if I can catch that train real quick. So, like I was saying, bro, I'm not on the African, continent or on the coast of Ghana and whatever else it is. Mm-hmm. But I'm pretty sure that, just from my military knowledge, that it's probably based on that coast that people get limited access to even, through the fundamentals of observing the, the coast like everybody do in America, you know what I'm saying? Because in America, you already know, or the Americas, that is more free than any other continent. So they're just a gem that people don't realize. But on the America's coast, bro, you see all type of supernatural UAPs and unexplainable events. You know what I'm saying? I promise you watch the moon. Yeah, but I ain't gonna say spaceship though. Cause I can't see that far. Like whoever put it in the text, but you know what I'm saying? I promise you.
Space.
Yeah.
From the earth.
Yeah. Yeah, you can, bro. Depend. Yeah, and that's a whole nother subject, cause it depends on the time of the season for real. I know about that.
I mean, how else would you see a star?
Facts. Mm-hmm.
If you can't see through space.
That's a fact. I agree with that. I ain't gonna cap. I agree with that. Like I said, I'm an observer just like you. And I, you know what I'm saying? I watch the sky, bro.
I think
is our sun. Every other star in the sky is just light. That's not the real stars.
Right. I mean, it's like you can fabricate or have a theory of, it's a star, but you don't really know, bro. You don't know if it's a ball of light. You don't know if it's a glowing fish, bro. You don't know. Just like Big Karma was saying, you know what I'm saying, as below, so above. You feel me? Like it's a dense atmosphere that people try to act like it's not, but it is. And just like he was just saying beforehand, like the spacesuits are the same thing as deep diving suits. Like what we playing about? Like when you can show me any scientist or explorer hit that deep and dance around and make a first footstep, and I believe they hit that moon, bro.
Now, I you know what? Before we even go there, I was gonna say that's one thing about flat Earth that I believe. I'm not a flat earther. I believe the Earth is globular, it's like a globe shape. But there's one thing about flat Earth that I absolutely know they right about is that NASA is lying, because NASA would have known even by the text that by 84ish, 88, by the early 90s they would have known this. They already had the think tanks going. You dig what I'm saying? Or even in the 70s, they would have known this, bro. And this is why I know that they be lying. they knew they didn't go into outer space. Whether they landed on the moon or not don't even matter. Right? I think they lied about that too, but it don't even matter. Because either way, you didn't go to space. Even if you went to the moon,
Hey,
it's still not in space. It's still in our atmosphere. Mm-hmm.
Can I make this quick little quote real quick? I promise you no more than 30 seconds, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna cap. I can't see 2020 vision, but you know what I'm saying? It's about the veil between life and death, or the veil between sleep and awoke, exhaustion and perseverance, you know what I'm saying, that allows you to see what you can't see in the heavens, bro. I promise you. Take that.
Well, yeah, I don't believe the whole little flat earth. Well, I don't even bring it up. It's mind numbing. You dig what I'm talking about? So I learned to, not even argue with people's subjective point of views. It's pointless. It's pointless. So, because you could show 100 different texts and actual factual sources, and they can just say, "Well, I don't believe that." You dig what I'm saying? Because theirs is subjective in the first place. It can't be proved. It's like imaginary. So
I did my study of the circular event of the world, and what I have seen, and people might not want to agree with me. That's okay, but if you actually do your study, all the people that said they traveled the Earth, traveled the Earth, they'll tell you, and they always leave a map showing you what they did. Bro, ain't nobody went around the Earth. They always circular traveled around the states, coastlines, bro.
How do you, if you didn't travel around it, how did you circumscribe it?
Right, like
that's what it's called.
Right.
You know what I mean? But there we go. Right. I can't argue your point. I mean, your belief, but it don't make sense if somebody circumscribed the grove that they didn't go around it.
It's like, my you know what I'm saying, my observational theory is, like I said, stand in front of the beaches of Americas, from Florida to Virginia, whatever access or both, in South Carolina, those beaches, looking to the coast, like I said, southeast or east.
You know what that's called?
What's it called?
It's called the Guale Coast.
The Guale Coast, huh?
Yeah.
What's that? What's that
from? It basically goes from Virginia. It's the southeastern coast of America, bordered by the Atlantic. It's called Guale, where you get Geechee Gullah from. Right, the Gullah or Guale is the name of the entire coast. It means eastward towards the sun.
Eastward, exactly. That makes a whole lot of sense. Sunrise in the east.
Yeah, and if you're looking at it from America, you're gonna be looking at the sea. Yep. It's called Guale.
Yeah, that's a whole fact.
Yeah, I'm talking about the whole jump from basically, I ain't even gonna lie, basically from Virginia to Florida. The whole time.
Right. I'd say the Guale, yeah.
Yep.
The Guale Coast. So if you looking from the
Guale.
So you looking for the Guale Coast. You know what I'm saying? Anybody that's able to look from the Guale Coast, you'll see that. I'm like, you gotta watch. You have to be observant. You can't just go out there 30 minutes and parlay, smoke, whatever you doing that's gonna distract you. You gotta literally be like looking, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Scientists
and
and
you
surgeons do it
so
all the
right.
time.
No, you so right. You don't even know how on point you are. There is a way to put yourself in opportune times to see the shifting.
Right. I
You
already know
dig
the
what I'm
time,
talking
but I
about? The
ain't gonna even
movement.
tell it.
Because they actually move on a time frame.
Mm.
You
Clockwork.
so on point.
Clockwork. Setting
Mm-hmm.
it's setting in the horizon, bro. I'm telling you, I know I be observing, bro. Like
Mm-hmm.
people be talking that spiritualism, but
Yeah,
if you
but
ain't
until you
observing it,
have
so
that
what?
spiritual experience,
Mm-hmm.
you could never convince me that spirit ain't real. You dig what I'm talking about? After all the experiences that I've had, there's no way you could convince me that everybody just lying.
All right, that's a fact though.
You dig what I'm talking about? And once you
Definitely different
really,
levels.
really, really had a spiritual experience, right? Couldn't nobody convince you otherwise that you didn't have it. And then to get back on track too, I had 3 UAP, I call them spaceships, nigga. Because and look, the very first one I saw October 30th, 1993. It was the day before it was Devil's Night. You dig what I'm talking about? And they was having a party. The very first time I'd ever been to Pontiac, and and it was the anyways, long story short, we going to see my homeboy. I never been out here before. We go to his gate, and he got a big gate, and his front yard is kind of big, and you got to kind of walk to his front door, right? You got to open the gate and then walk in. As we about to open the gate, man, I'm telling you, right about 80 feet above our head, a massive circular ship. It looked like you ever seen them Simon Says? Like it's like circular, and it's got these triangles in it, and you press on them, and they turn colors. Boop, red, green, yellow, blue, and you press. That's exactly what it looked like, and they were flashing different colors, slow, boom. And I'm telling y'all, we watched this thing for like 15 minutes. Till we shifted. You dig what I'm talking about? The tree was in the way. We shifted, watched it keep cruising over the city. It never sped up, never did nothing. Right? I turned and looked at my boy, and we said at the same time, shout out my boy Don Nelson. He's like, did you see that? And I'm gonna just tell you the truth. Had I been out there by myself, I would have convinced myself that I didn't see what I just saw. It didn't make no noise. It didn't do nothing. It just was cruising like a big ass pizza pie. You dig what I'm talking about? But the pieces is lighting up like yellow, red, blue on different sides. And you dig what I'm talking about? And that was the very first time I ever seen one. Another time we was at the park out here, out on Mound. We got a road out here full of mounds, and it's called Mound Road. And we was at this park called Farwell, and rest in peace to the dead. I got a cousin named Big Youngin, and right at the end of his street is the park, right? And bro, out of nowhere, we chilling, we getting blood, we having fun. It's hot. You dig what I'm talking about? I'll never forget this. He got a big old van, right? I had a 78 Electra, deuce and a quarter. And bro, it was crazy because we didn't see it at first. I mean, it's clear, like we in this park, ain't trees around us for a long way, right? At least a quarter mile, right? So how something could have just cruised up in the sky, big as it was, and it was gray. This is how I know this shit was some U.S. Army shit. And another thing it was doing, it was spinning. If you see it gunmetallic gray or that soft black, right? That's U.S. government man-made shit. If it spin, it's man-made shit. If it wobbles, it's man-made shit. We chilling. Aha, woo, 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 woo. And like right in the, bruh, we got our cars facing the street and we leaning against the cars, like facing each other. And this thing just like, whoop, like kind of like stop and just get to cruising. It cruised over the whole hood. Slow as fuck. We following it. We got in our cars following it, you know, going down Ryan through the hood, and then it turned a little bit. So we went up through Ryan, and then it stopped by 6 Mile in this industrial park, and you can't go no further. And the bitch was just cruising. That's the second time I seen something. And then I had a way out weird experience. I ain't gonna get into that. But you dig what I'm talking about? It's just, you could never explain that to nobody. And I was glad that other people was with me. You dig what I'm saying? I'm glad that other people was with me that can verify I wasn't tripping. Because I'd have thought I was tripping. I'd have convinced myself I seen this. I'm bugging out. Got to be. You know what I mean? That was just my state of mind at the time. Because I'm only about 21 at the time. This is like 99. You dig what I'm saying? So, you know, I done seen some things, man. I done seen some things. Some weird stuff. So, I don't try to poo-poo on nobody parade, you know, just because it ain't what I know. Salute to the chat, man. Salute to the panel, man. Salute my dog, A Whizzler. Yeah, what I'm saying, man. My dog, Oli, man.
I'm like you. When I seen it, boy, I was just like,
what out Kyle's mind. Hey, it's funny that everywhere I go, in all the different states I've been in, everybody takes my name, A1, and they come up with the A Weezy or some version of it. Like you just said, the A Whizzle. A Whizzle. Yeah. That everybody like comes up with that, like almost like Lil Weezy or Lil Wayne.
You know, be real. There's another A1.
What does he do?
He Aboriginal. That's
big. Swear.
Yeah.
Yeah. On Smoke Signal Channel, they kept thinking I was him for the first time I came over there. They was like,
Ahanu Kael. You dig what I'm talking about? That's the homie. You dig what I'm talking about? Yeah. He got a big following and stuff too. He deep on the Aboriginal stuff.
Oh, you gonna have to link me with him. Maybe I can get an interview from him, man. I'd appreciate it.
Yeah. I mean, A1 meets A1. It's kind of like a no-brainer.
Meant to be. I'm gonna message you about it so you don't forget.
Yeah. You dig what I'm saying? We'll get that popping. Sure. Speaking of that, I need to get him on my show. I need to get him on mine while you play. Yeah, man. No, he go in. Cuz go in. You know what I mean? He go in. I ain't gonna front. He got a ton of information. And you know, that's my Aboriginal brother. I don't necessarily believe all what he's saying. but he on point. And it says a lot just being a good person who tells truth. Says a lot about you. You know what I mean? Or that can admit that when I could be wrong, but this is why I'm right. And if I'm wrong, I'll admit it, y'all. It says a lot about your integrity. You dig what I'm talking about? Your moral aptitude. You dig what I'm talking about? So even if you don't agree, you dig what I'm talking about? People like that are worth being heard, or at least just being sifted, weighed. You dig what I'm saying? I don't think they, the genuine ones don't mind at all.
Because I ain't gonna lie. If I make a claim or something,
Shalom, Omar. I see Omar in the chat.
yeah, that's why.
Salakia.
Shalom. I need to learn some more words, Omar. You gotta teach us some more
My
Hebrew,
brother
Omar.
Omar. Peace, man. Peace, King. Shalom.
Yeah, might have to go to that Hebrew class he was talking about. Actually, I have to. He challenged me to go to that Hebrew class, and I'm gonna go and see what they teaching and see what I can learn first. I'm not gonna go with the mindset of trying to prove them wrong because I don't know what they even talking about yet.
Right. But you dig what I'm talking about? Keep this in mind. Just keep this in mind, Cosmo. I'm telling you. You find the Sabbath by using the moon, right? So if you weren't practicing your Sabbath last night, you might got something mixed up. If you just practice it on Saturday, if your Sabbath don't change through the months, the days, if it don't change, you might got something wrong. If you're not using the moon, you really got something wrong. Right? If you don't know why I'm saying there was a Sabbath last night, I want to look into it. Shabbat shalom out there to everybody. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm a faithist, but I still practice a Sabbath. Mm-hmm. It's not like kind of like what the Hebrews kind of say it is. That's kind of like I ain't gonna shoot no shot. It's just not what we taught a Sabbath is. And that's what they do on Sabbath ain't what we do on Sabbath. You dig what I'm talking about? We be like chilling, praying, having fun with the kids. You dig what I'm talking about? Stuff like that. You know what I mean? Being quiet. Yeah. It say on them days, the Creator's supposed to speak to you in your soul. So we sit and be quiet on Sabbath. And then we sing and dance and shit and have fun. That's what I was taught the Sabbath was. I don't know.
That's what you're supposed to do on the Sabbath?
Yeah. Sit still. Because that thing you think is your conscious is actually the voice of the Creator. And that's why it ain't never been wrong.
Who was that? Haru was on here talking something about that earlier.
Haru listen to Cosmo too. That's my baby. He twisted his own way.
Yeah, man.
Was it a new moon, Omar? Was it? Was it new? Looked like maybe I think it's a waning gibbous. If I'm not mistaken. They call them quarters of the moon. Check there. Vicar, that's a good time to start looking in the sky. You want to see that movement on the quarters of the moon. New moon, waxing gibbous, full moon, waning gibbous. Look on them days.
Somebody to the stage.
It's crazy how like truth line up with a lot of everything. You don't gotta stretch it, you don't gotta lie, you ain't gotta cap. Just tell it.
Babylon.
What's up, Oli? What's up to the panel? What's up, A1? Hey, Oli, your mic is very low, bro.
Peace, Babylon. Yeah, I haven't heard Oli say anything in like 10 minutes. Maybe it's because his mic is so low. He probably has been
Because
talking.
his mic so low.
Damn, could y'all hear me when I was doing
I thought he fell asleep.
I could hear you, but it is low.
Very low.
I swore he fell asleep. That's crazy.
No, I heard him talking. He was saying a
I
little
ain't heard
stuff.
him say nothing about 10, 15 minutes. Yeah, you gotta fix that, Oli.
Got you.
Oli, I like the presentation you did, brother.
Thank you, my guy, man. That's only part 1 too. You know how I be having them extra part episodes. That was just part 1. Tomorrow's episode gonna be
Oh yeah, leave and come back, Oli, because I cannot hear you. I had to push my headphones into my ears.
Yeah.
I swear I'd have you probably been talking for the last 10 minutes here and there, and I didn't even know it. And I just turned your volume all the way up, and it didn't do anything.
let me leave.
It didn't help out at all. Is he talking?
No, he said let him leave, I think.
Okay, I think he
Even if
just left.
we couldn't hear him really well.
And then Humble Muscle. You got the floor though, Babylon. Go ahead.
I really came on. I want to make sure that Brother Oli hear what I gotta say. But I thought it was a great presentation. I'll try to. If everybody else got something to say, y'all please do. But I thought it was a great presentation, and I thought that the topic was top notch. You know what I'm saying? I thought that the topic was great. The Space Force. You know, like I thought it was good that he mentioned that it's a part of the U.S. military. That's important that people recognize that it's a branch of the U.S. military. And so the question on the thing was something to the effect of, why did the United States create the Space Force? You know, and I would say that, you know, of course it's a complex reason, but I would say, look at it this way, is that the United States, they export almost absolutely nothing, meaning they produce absolutely nothing. There's nothing here that's exported out, really. They not the manufacturers of food, potatoes, nothing. You know, small computer parts, nothing. Cars, nothing, not worldwide. So they don't produce nothing worldwide. So only thing they produce worldwide is the military. And so the creation of Space Force is an extension of the military, because they get to get more funds and they get to grow bigger. And you see what I'm saying? They get to find another way to increase the funding to the military, because that's the only thing that they were doing anyway from the start, was a big military war machine, the military industrial complex. That's what they're building. And so that's why I would say they actually built the Space Force. And then one way I can show you in real time is that they also started a war with Iran to do this, and with Israel combined to do this. And one reason for doing this is that the old weaponry was just that old. And so what they needed to do was to find a reason to produce new weapons and to get trillions of dollars for new weapons and to, to maintain the military, get funding for it, pretend like there's wars everywhere and including space. Because for those who old enough and remember, they'll remember that Ronald Reagan once implied that, and so that old man George Bush implied that if it was ever a time when human beings was brought together to fight on behalf of one cause, that would be the new or the one world order. You see what I'm saying? The new world order, novus ordo seclorum, and the one world order, e pluribus unum. So they are actually acting out something real time that people have thought was a conspiracy, which we have told them for years was a confederacy. And this is not fake. Like all of the things that they do, like so the war, they got that going, and so I want to add in this factor. It's not only a war to build a military complex and to create new weapons and to get funding for that. And I saw one senator actually check them on that. He checked Boeing Industries and told them that they haven't created anything new, no new technology. Yet people lobbying for money from Congress and from the government, but there's no new technology. So that's one of the things they want to do is to find a reason to support some fake new technology, like they have with AI and the data centers, right? They just scaling up. They haven't taken us to quantum computing or anything or changed the style of computing since computers that came out. Only thing that they did was made them bigger. And then only thing they did was made them smaller at one time, made them phone size. That was impressive. And now they're making the data centers bigger. And that's supposed to be impressive. So they just scaling. They haven't changed anything. I remember when I was younger, I seen a talk show with it was a comedy show. I forget who it was, David Letterman or one of them old cats like that. But he had brought Bill Gates on there and he put him and he showed him like the inside of a computer. And he had like a radio in there. He had a big box up there on stage, but he had a radio in there. He had a TV in there. He had other things in there. And he said, so this is basically what a computer is. You just can put all this shit into one thing and you call it a computer. And Bill Gates laughed and said, yeah, that's basically it. And they walked out the box and came back on stage. So this is the kind of foolery that people have been falling for so long that they can't see the grift. They can't see even when the jig is up. They can't even see that. The cat out of the bag. So now, this is what I want to say. It's a war over water. And I mentioned the data centers. So that's one war over water. That's the e-water that they're making and poisoning the water. So they're making a water a real commodity. Like water is becoming more and more expensive to get. Then they saying like it's global warming, it's overheating. That's water. That's water shortage. That's drought. Okay? Then they saying like on the East Coast, everything is on fire. And I heard the brother mentioning the coast and seeing different types of crafts and things like that. I agree. You will see different types of crafts and things like that near the coast and stuff like that. Now, whether they extraterrestrial or not, or whether they DARPA or the Department of weaponry or whatever they call it now. So of war. So whether they those type of machines or technology, I ain't trying to say, but he was right about the fact that they do have a lot of things going on. And the reason why they're on the coast, I'm about to tell you, is because like NATO is on the coast, like they protect the East Coast and the West Coast, and they put the military over there. And now they're taking people off of the beaches. Off of the beaches. I heard the brother mention the beaches. They're taking the people off of the beaches. They causing fires on the coast of California, and then they flood and everything and building heavy things on the East Coast in hopes to tear everything down over here. So with the water, they done took away the Gulf Coast because they say they had an oil spill. There ain't no fishing or nothing. They never did plug that. They took away Louisiana. They said Katrina, the levee. They took away the Gulf Coast in Mexico and the Keys. They say due to oil and different things like that. So they in Hormuz, that's a strait, that's water, the Strait of Hormuz. They over there trying to buy island in the Adriatic Sea over there in Albania. Jared Kushner and his wife, Ivanka Trump, whatever her name is, those two. So which is really Netanyahu's son and Trump's daughter, which those two married, sealed a deal. So when they cry on the media, like, why is he BB's bitch? Or why do they keep on paying for you this, that, and the other? They married son and daughter right in y'all face, and they have a bloodline link now, and they committed to each other. Trump on the Cyrus coin in Israel. They want to do
So
things
you
over there
saying
together.
Jared Kushner is the son of Bibi Netanyahu?
Yeah, I'm saying he might as well be. He groomed him. He raised him. He taught him. It's his son. It's his child. It's his mindset. It's his seed. He's a Jew. They married a Jew and a Christian for the whole Judeo-Christian nationalism, imperialist system, and that's what they doing. And that's what they pressing forward with. And that's why it don't matter what nobody say, because this is family business. This is no longer about your nation. This is an oligarchy. They married into the family. This is bloodline link. They doing that type of thing. And the one thing I want to mention was these people are very biblical, and that's something that y'all, most people, I ain't gonna say y'all, most of us these days run from. We call it religion, but it's more people religious out of the 8.6 billion. Now, is more people religious than not. Okay, and so when they are saying like they own the land by religion, by God, they're gonna, it's God said they should own it and different things like that. The whole world can know they lying, but they know they lying, and they say that the Bible say that they supposed to come along and lie and do the whole thing. So they ushering in the new world order. They ushering in the one world order. They want these things to happen. They want the government to fall. They want to see Babylon fall. They want to see all these things happen to fulfill the book that they call prophecy. They wrote a book, and now they want the things in the book to come true. Whether you believe in the book or not, they believe in the book. They got the power. They got the money. They making this happen. They doing it. So whether you believe it or not, don't matter. So now, so go ahead.
Let me jump in with you. I think that's confusing too. When people say New World Order, right, and a One World Order, you dig what I'm talking about? Those are not exactly the same things, and they don't mean the same thing. A New World Order is that dystopian type, you doing stuff you talking about, and I don't necessarily disagree that can't happen again. You dig what I'm talking about? Because that wouldn't even be the first time. You dig what I'm saying? But a one world order, you dig what I'm saying, I think is the highest form of governance that there could ever be. When all man and all government systems are one with each other, you dig what I'm talking about, to help the people, what could be better? So I think they done got twisted up, and this was explained, and I didn't even understand this till now. That's crazy. In the book, Behold the Pale.
All right, Cosman, now come on, you want to interrupt me, but don't cut my wisdom. Let me get back in there because I wasn't done. Go ahead, though. Okay, Cosmo, we can't hear you. I think you're on mute.
No, what you had to say was more important. Go ahead, brother.
Okay. So I'm gonna respond to something you said. Now, I don't know whether you heard me, but when you said is New World Order, like you implied like it's not real or something, these people got a whole monetary system with the words Novus Ordo Seclorum stamped on the bill. Do you know what
I think you
Novus
misheard
Ordo
what I
Seclorum
said.
means?
I think you just
Oh,
misheard.
okay. No. I'm just saying. I'm just making sure that ain't what you said, right? So that
You
ain't what
just
you said.
misheard
Okay,
it.
cool.
Yeah, you just misheard it.
Okay, yeah. So cool. So and then in regards to the one world order, so the new world order is Novus Ordo Seclorum, and I mentioned that the one world order was E pluribus unum. That's also stamped on the monetary coin. E pluribus unum, out of many one. Right. So that's the one world order, and Novus Ordo Seclorum meaning new order of the world or a new secular order. Okay, so then now that's talking about the Fourth Reich. When at the Third Reich, the Germans, they all came over here. Check your population. Most of the Germans are over here. This is the Fourth Reich. Okay, so now that's the New World Order, and the One World Order is the fact that if you look around the world, you see everybody with a 5-pointed star on their flag, except for Israel. They got a 6-pointed star, but they the 51st state of the United States, right? So now, so you got all the states got the one 5-pointed star. This lets you know that they all are what? United. So when you hear the word one, you should hear the word united inside of it. Okay? Now, when they say the United States, the United States of Israel, the United States of the United Kingdom, the United Arab Emirates, they want to do the United States of Africa, the United this, the United that. When you hear that, that's the one world. When you hear stuff like the World Bank, the World Trade Center, the World Health Organization, that's what they're talking about. It's the new world and the one world, the World Health, the World Bank, the World this, the World that, the World Trade Organization. You see? NATO. You see, like that. So I just wanted to make it clear that they ain't trying to do nothing with the New World Order. We might as well be saying the Old World Order and the multi-world order instead of the one world order, because this already is in place and everybody can see it. So this is real. Since Project Paperclip, since they brought in the German scientists and Albert Einstein, Nikola Tesla, I heard him mention earlier, because you mentioned 369, and that's Matthew Roth and them. And we have to be careful with that, man, because when we say mathematics, we be talking about mathematics, and I'm a mathematician. But what they talking about with 369, that's numerology. That's at best Abjad, Gematria. You know what I'm saying? Gemara, something like that. But it's not mathematics. You know, it's alphanumerics or something. Isopathy, but it's not mathematics. All right. So now, and I'm gonna give y'all one of the secrets, since they said the secret from Tesla. The reason why you know they don't know the secret is because they just say 369. It's really 0369. And they can't carry that on. They don't know how it goes on from there. But it's really 0369. Now y'all do the math. All right, so now another thing, because you mentioned 0 point technology. And 0 point technology, they come in a couple of brands, but we just want to talk about quantum physics that I thought you was talking about. I didn't think you were talking about quantum computing because you got 0 point technology there and a couple of other fields. You got 0 point technology.
Babylon, can I respond?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Is my audio okay?
I can hear you, but you know, I don't know if you could be louder.
I was just going to say that the New World Order and the One World Order, you were saying they were two separate things. And I think just for clarification, well, that's the only point I don't agree with. I think that they all are working together. The New World
I agree with you. I agree with that.
To get us through. Are you talking? Do you want to say something?
Okay, I agree with you.
Okay, yeah. The New World Order is a transitional phase of governments and systems that are trying to get us to the One World Order. The One World Order is the end game of the New World Order, one world government.
I would
And then
agree
you
with
said
that.
something.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, okay, yeah. I just wanted to add that for clarity and context
Cosmo had
because
said
the
that
way I
it's two
heard it
separate
come
things.
out, the way I understood it, but that doesn't mean that that's how you were trying to convey it. It's just maybe how I heard it was that you were saying they were two different things, as if there were like
No,
two
no.
different organizations behind each one.
No,
Mm-mm.
I was saying that it's two different things. I was just saying that I mean, of course, you can say one works for the other. You know, it is what it is. You dig what I'm saying? But in my understanding, you dig what I'm talking about? They're taught differently because the goals are different. One is for world domination and takeover, and it has a government too, right? That's trying to bring forth this evil monarchism that y'all talking about. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying that comes out of the New World Order, right? I think in the end of the day, what is applied to the New World Order, the evil epistemology and all this end time kill bills type stuff that is put onto when I say government, a one world government, I'm talking about like kind of like perfect, right? You dig what I'm saying? In trying to, in its best, in the higher ideal of itself, it helps the people. You dig what I'm saying? There ain't no hunger, there ain't no war. You dig what I'm talking about? Every man has a home. You see what I'm saying? Home, clothing, food, clothing, shelter, all that stuff is taken care of. You know what I mean? Man is working on a higher idea. When I say, I think that's the true one world government, right? But I think that it has its evil component too, but it comes out of the New World Order, right?
Man, I see what you're saying, bro. I mean, I can see that, but you're talking about something. You said that the same thing. You saying that what we saying exists, but you just trying to introduce us to the counterpart of what you call the anti part, which is the good part, which would be, well, there's some good people out there doing the opposite thing, and people working in another direction as opposed to that, and it's called the New World Order too, and it's a one world order too.
It's called a one world order.
Yeah, I'm saying, but we could get with that. Okay, I could get with the semantics. Yeah, bro, but it's basically the same thing. Yeah, well, we could get with that.
Yeah, I mean, because hopefully after you dig what I'm talking about, all this evil that's being done that y'all forecasting, you dig what I'm talking about, somebody picks the rubble up and runs with the baton and does the right thing.
Well, remember that the day is called a great and dreadful day, right? It can be positive without negative. I'm talking, so it's a great and dreadful day, right? Of the Yahweh. So when you say that, then some people gonna rejoice on that day, and some people gonna cry on that day. So what you call a projection of evil is a projection of justice and balance and truth and rightness for some people, and to say otherwise is a projection of ignorance, blindness, deafness, and muteness to some people.
What projection of evil that I was trying to? What are you talking about?
I'm saying that. Look, bro. I said that if you saying that we are projecting evil, then I'm saying that no, that's a projection of balance.
No,
you said the evil that y'all projecting when y'all was saying about the prophecies about the end of the world, the end time, the New World Order.
Yeah,
bro, y'all can twist it any way you want, but I said what I said. So you can go and change it. But
I just don't agree with it. Go ahead, my bad.
Yeah, you can go and change it, but I said what I said, and I meant it. That's what I'm saying. That this is not a projection of evil.
I mean, that's just your opinion because I didn't say what you said.
You gonna talk? I'm gonna talk. So this is not fear mongering. This is not nothing like that. I explained earlier in my conversation. I gave names. I said Netanyahu, they doing it right now. Now, if you want to call that, you know, whatever you want to call it, that's being silly because these are real people. What Donald Trump is doing is what Donald Trump is doing. Anybody just about that watch the news can run down all the things that's being done and happening around the world. So then, for you to say that that's a projection of evil, that's a projection of reality. With our voting rights being taken away, I'm talking, bro. If you want to get it, go though, go.
Yeah, is the reality evil though? You dig what I'm talking about? You trying to skip?
No, I don't consider nothing evil.
You dig what I'm talking about?
I don't consider nothing evil myself.
First of all, you arguing about something I didn't even say. So you big mad about something I ain't say. When I said about the New World Order, the evil and all that stuff, I apply that to the New World Order. But all the goodness that would come out of a one world order, I think gets mixed in and twisted up, and people conflate them like they're the same thing, and they're not.
Man, I ain't studying that trash you talking about the goodness, because ain't no goodness in here in the government at all. If you talking about some goodness, it's gonna come from some people that ain't doing nothing in the government right now. It's been proven in the Epstein files, proven that every government official you got damn near, Democrat or Republican, is in those files and is into corruption, and they defended each other. It's been known to us for a long time that ain't no small hats, no big hats, no white hats, no black hats, no good, no evil, no left, no right, no liberal, no conservative, no Democrat, no Republican. Ain't none of that. It's one bird. It's called an eagle with two wings. That's the same thing. It's the same beast, the same predator. The Democrats, like I wrote already, the Democrats are out to basically promote homosexuality, drag queen presentation in your schools and stuff. They the Luciferians you talking about. They the ones that come with the talking about good and halfway Owaski and religion and where Owaski came from, I done forgot what's that Bible? The Bible that got Rael's Bible. Golly, I can't even think about it. The Palladium Bible, but nevertheless, man, it's all a joke, man. It ain't no true thing. I think A1 was trying to say that from the start appropriately by his name A1, the first letter and one. He was trying to say that the one is the new, because if you look at the word one, O-N-E, if you look at it as a what you call a word that changed places, then you have neo, which is one. Everybody knows this, obviously, except for you. So one is neo. One is neo. That's why we say neo. I'm talking, bro. I'm talking still. I understand you want to get in. I know it hurt, but let me finish. I'll stop since I know you want to go, but let me finish. So this one world order, a new world order, is not run by two different factions. It ain't no good side and no bad side. It ain't nobody working on your behalf. You don't see nobody in power. They don't have no land. They don't have no say-so. They can't arrest Trump. They can't arrest Netanyahu. They can't stop them, Ivanka Trump and Kushner boy Jared from buying that land in Albania. They can't arrest Elon Musk. They can't arrest nobody. They can't do nothing.
It's working perfectly.
They can't. Now, I'm talking. I'm talking though. You can get in, bro. So then, yeah, I'm talking. Yeah, I'm talking. So stop interrupting me with the stupidity though, because you ain't gonna teach nothing new. And the stuff that I'm talking about is stuff that you wasn't talking about before I came on here. You're talking about some motherfucking aliens and some bullshit that nobody can trace down. That's the truth of the matter. Now I done came on here and I'm trying to get to a point where I can at least talk about Project Paperclip and get to Elon Musk and him being a fucking German and not a South African, and him and his computer AI chat Grok chatbot AI chat GPT, his Grok machine that's running your government right now, Grok, and how it hallucinated and called itself Mecha Hitler. You don't know about that. You don't know about Mecca Hitler. You don't know nothing about it. You don't know what I'm talking about. Most of the people don't know what I'm talking about, but y'all want to have the same old echo chamber. And I know since you don't know, since you can't relate to what I'm talking about, or you can't jump out in front and be a leader of it, then you feel like, hey, I need to say something. Bro, back up and just let me say what I'm saying. And then you can come in. But Mecca Hitler is what the thing hallucinated as. And so I'm trying to make the point that these Germans have taken over this world, this side of the world. You thinking that this is white America, but you ain't seen no Caucasian, blonde hair, blue eyes doing nothing to you. These people over here got dark hair and dark eyes. These people are mostly German. Look at your census in America and see what the census rate is over here. Okay? And so this is the Fourth Reich. And that's why they have now IDF soldiers working for your ICE agency and doing arrests. I had already seen them out here in Phoenix, Arizona. In fact, one of them tried to rent me a house. He had on an IDF t-shirt like he worked out with a muscle shirt, all the big muscles and stuff. So, you know, I laughed at him and stuff. But yeah, so, but I knew they was here. I knew they was already here. And I knew the Russians was already here, like in 2000. I knew they was already here. But this is what we talking about, folks, is these people that took over the government. It's a war over the water. Get that in your head. It's a war over the water. They from Flint, Michigan, the water, to Florida Keys, to Louisiana, to the Gulf of Mexico, to the Caspian Sea, where they fighting over the water, to the Strait of Hormuz, to the Mediterranean Sea, where they fight over the water. They got desalinization plants they're trying to put over there, to the Nile River, where they fighting over the water. Egypt, Sudan, Ethiopia, all of them building mega dams, right? All of them building mega dams. And what this gonna do? Whoever at the front of the dam, whoever north of the dam, gonna south of the dam, I mean, in the upper Nile, gonna be blocking more water, gonna have more control. So this already finna be a fight. So these are the things they fighting over water, and I'm letting the public know, public service announcement, that this war that y'all talking about, this AI water, data centers water, e-water, poison water, is over the water, y'all. And this is what they're gonna try to control, because without water, y'all die. Now, go ahead, Cosmo.
Yeah, he didn't tap danced away so far from the conversation. We was
Well, I wasn't talking to you. Ain't
Yeah, I
no
know.
tap dancing. You wasn't being fucking considered. So don't come on here trying to put me down to look
I was
your
quiet
job
for you,
ass up.
You did what I'm talking about. I was quiet for you. I know it hurt, right? So, anyways, like I was saying, he, as you see, he went on a rambling session about nothing. We were talking about the structure of the government and how it works. What he wasn't able to prove to you, that the government
Okay,
is
let's
not
talk about
working.
it now.
Hold on, no, be quiet. Is what he can't prove to you is that it's not working perfectly. It is. Right? It works just like it's supposed to. The system isn't broken. The people who are running it are. Right? He can't prove to you that the United States government system is broken. It's meant to keep certain people at the bottom and push others to the top with unearned advantages. Right? This is the so-called white supremacy. A lot of people don't even know they have it, because it's structural. So they think, oh, I came up poor. You know what I mean? I don't have no. You dig what I'm talking about? So, you know, that's what I was getting to. All the other stuff I know about. You dig what I'm talking about? It's a big thing up here in Detroit. You dig what I'm talking about, especially down in Southwest, about the data centers, because they didn't already built one here, and it eats up massive amounts of water. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's a fight going on right now. So ain't nobody, you know, he not dropping no new game to nobody. You dig what I'm talking about? I did a whole show on it.
Bro, what the
So,
hell for my
so you dig what I'm talking about? So I was just addressing that hating you was doing. You know what I mean? Don't worry about it. You know what I mean? I just stick to the topic though. I was just showing that in fact the system is not broken. You did what I'm talking about. If you put good people,
yeah, we heard you say that lame ass shit that we done heard the white man say 1,000 times.
But if you listen, notice everything I'm telling y'all is objective. Everything he told y'all is fear-based. Be scared of it, the Fourth Reich, and oh my God, and the data center, the wildlife, and they're gonna kill you. God damn, man. You dig what I'm talking about? Scary. And you can tell he indoctrinated because the first thing he came out with and his whole thing is he keep hitting back to the Bible. You dig what I'm talking about? And remember, they told you the fear of the Lord, right? That's how you're supposed to gain knowledge and understanding, by fearing something. You dig what I'm saying? So, I hear you. I get you. You dig what I'm talking about? And these are solid topics to talk about individually. You know what I mean? But shucking and jiving all the way down here to what you want to talk about to take us away from actual Space Force, which what we was building on. You dig what I'm talking about? I ain't say nothing about no aliens, but you came up here with that punk. You dig what I'm talking about? Sissified. I ain't say nothing that none of what you said, actually. None of what you said. You just hallucinated. You wanted to hear what you wanted to hear. You know what I mean? Now, go ahead. You got it.
Nah, nigga, you don't compare shit around here. Shut the fuck up. When you done, I'll talk. And I know you done now because you shut your pussy up. But now I'm going to tell you something, little bitch boy. You the sissy. You the fucking punk. You the
Boy, you lost your damn mind. You know what's funny? I was flying around. Let me stop saying flying around. That's Oli's line. He is the one who claims to fly around the community and be checking things out. I was flying around and checking things out, and I was checking out a few other pages who talk about the same content we have, do debates, and I had a good time. I didn't see people cussing each other out. I didn't see people disrespecting or tearing each other down. I didn't see any of this weird stuff that y'all be doing over here. And I realized, like, damn, like, by letting y'all continue to do that, I'm part of the problem. So I am about to be weeding all of y'all out because I actually want to make space for the people who know how to come up and have a conversation and conduct themselves with some respect. So all that little cussing and calling him all that weird stuff, that's just done. You can stay where you at, backstage. Go ahead, Cosmon. You got the floor now. Since he wanted to disrespect me and my platform and talk in ways that deter other people and new faces from coming over here. Nobody wants to come over here and deal with that shit.
I mean, and dude, everything we talking about really is just subjective. You know what I mean? It's from each of our own points of view. You dig what I'm saying? And, and if you notice, I think everybody was up here very careful not to say they seen an alien or you dig what I'm talking about, extraterrestrial. They didn't even want to say the word. I don't even believe an alien and an extraterrestrial are the same thing. I think they twist that up on purpose too.
Well, can you explain the difference?
Yeah,
I think an alien, I just think illegal alien. When I think extraterrestrial, like terrestrial is terror. That's the earth. So outside of the earth. Technically, a lot of things would be considered extraterrestrial.
I think is a little. I think it's kind of the other way around. I think an alien is an entity, or an alien. You dig what I'm talking about? Is an entity from outside the earth. It doesn't come from here. Whether that be a body of some sort, of a heavenly body, a planetary body, a comet. You dig what I'm talking about? If it comes from some other, you dig what I'm talking about? I think that's alien, right? Like you totally don't come from here. Extraterrestrial, I believe, is from here, right? But it's different than the conventional life that we know. It's living, it breathes Earth's air, because we ain't seen, you know, even the depictions of an alien. We ain't never seen one with a breathing apparatus on.
Right.
So obviously they from here because they breathe in Earth's atmosphere. Right? You don't expect to be born here and go to Mars and just breathe in Mars atmosphere. No, it don't work like that. Yeah. You would have to be born there to be able to breathe it.
And I'm actually, as I've been studying more space, or what they claim to know about space, I know you say that you don't think we've ever been there, but you know, they pose questions like, what would other forms of life look like? And then you have to look at the environment that it would grow in, you know, and it would have to be centered around that. So for something to come from somewhere else and come here, the environment would have to be almost identical.
Or the organism, right, which was intelligent here, would just be intelligent in a different environment. It would come up how it was in its own environment. You dig what I'm saying? Just catered to it, just like humans are catered to Earth. You dig what I'm saying? I don't think that there isn't a place where life can't exist. It just would be, you know, at certain times, I think it's more advantageous for life to be.
Life to be? What'd you say? It'd be more advantageous for life to be? What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't think that there is a place where life, if it wanted to exist, couldn't. Right? I don't believe that there's a place, but I believe that there are places and times where life is more probable to be brought about, like a season, like in spring, summer, fall, winter. You dig what I'm talking about? In that springtime, you'd be more advantageous for things to bud and come into life. Right? I think that there are times and seasons galactically, not only solarly, but also for our Earth, micro, macro. You dig what I'm saying? I think that we come into places of space and time where it's more advantageous for life to exist. Because different conditions, you know, one condition follows another. Right? After summer, you dig what I'm talking about, comes fall. Right? Where things harden off and there's like a harvesting. The same thing happens to the universe. Look, Mars is in that planet, in that stage right now. Right? It's just, it's in a different time and age and stage of its creation. Just like a human goes from a toddler to a child, to an adolescent, to a young person, to a middle age, to old age, to death. Everything kind of takes those same progressive steps. And it's just, there are times where life on Earth is more advantageous to be. And then there are times where it's not advantageous to be on the planet and shit gets wiped out. And I think it happens more readily and succinctly than people would, they'd be shocked to know.
Yeah. What did you say to set Babylon Dawn off, man?
None. He was mischaracterizing.
And when I came back, he was just cussing and all of you all type
Right.
of names. I was just
He was
like, man, I was just watching these white folks today and all type of other channels. There wasn't none of that going on.
right,
And
and
I'm like,
even
man, I'm
if
about to
they do
stop
get
this
it in heated
today.
conversation, right? They're not cussing each other out. I ain't cuss cuz out.
No, that dude is a psychopath, man. He did the same thing.
Can
He
you
did
hear
the
me?
same thing to he did the same thing to me
You
last
cut out,
night.
Cosmo.
Yeah.
He did the same thing to me
Who's
last
your
night.
question?
But here's the thing here. The whole time I've been listening in, Cosmon wasn't even coming. Cosmon wasn't even trying to be disrespectful. He was just giving his point of view. Cosmon, they was building on the Space Force thing. This dude came in and
Man,
he just started he started talking all off the wall, and then he takes everything as like
and
whenever you
twist.
talk,
Yeah,
he
he
twists it
twisted up. He
around and he
mischaracterized it.
takes it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he takes it as a personal attack when you're not even attacking him. That's what makes it so crazy. Like I could see if Cosmon was like, "No, man, you wrong in this." Cosmon didn't say he was wrong. Cosmon let the man cook, and then as soon as Cosmon started talking, he was cutting Cosmon off, and then he started using all kind of cuss words and profanity. And I'm like, I don't know what this old man is even thinking. Cosmon is not even challenging him, but in his so-called math, I'm a mathematician. Man, that nigga
I
ain't no
don't.
that
No
nigga
one
that
cares.
nigga that nigga ain't no mathematician.
Hey,
Yeah, from
I
where?
heard him say that. I wanted to ask, like, how did you get that credential? Like, where?
Right. You
Yeah,
just
What
made
yeah,
that
that
up
nigga,
certifies
yeah.
you as a
too. You
mathematician?
made that up
I know
too.
Hurt got a bachelor of science and he do the math. I haven't. I'm not here to beat
Yeah,
a dead line, dog. No.
yeah,
I just know that I didn't hear
where's
Cosmo cussing. I just wanted to make sure that, like, I didn't miss him cuss him out and catch the
I didn't
response
cuss him out.
because I put
I
him on.
said he
Cosmon
was
didn't
being
use not
sensitive.
one word.
Okay, perfect. Then I did the right thing.
Yeah,
I handled it the right way. 'Cause
Cos didn't
all that
use
stuff about
no.
to stop.
Yeah,
All that stuff
he
about to
just
stop. Man, I got some names that I've been reaching out to. That is like, yo, I like what you're doing. It's just a little bit too rowdy over there. I don't know if it's a fit for me. And I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm about to make it a fit for you. We about to get all these goofies out of here because I want the scholars here. And I can't have all this field shit y'all doing and how y'all talking to each other because it's deterring actual scholars from actually wanting to come engage with us. So we
Yeah.
got to
yeah,
flip this all the
man.
way up.
Yeah.
The conversation was dope. I wanted to come in and chime in on a little Space Force thing and
Yeah.
give some little testimonies and stuff like that. The conversation was dope. This first of all, this conversation wasn't even about us challenging one another. The
Right.
conversation was supposed to be about
Space
our
Force.
opinions on Space Force, and then just maybe if you had if you had a point of view, or if you may have seen something in the
Mhm.
sky, just to give your testimony, and that's what all this was about. This dude got in here and started talking about Benjamin Netanyahu and how
You heard
Kushner
him
was
say
raised.
that
Kushner was
Jared
raised
Kushner
by
was the
nature.
son of Bibi Netanyahu.
Was the son of Bibi Netanyahu?
Stop it.
What is
Yeah, that was a crazy claim. And then I heard him say, like, yeah, they got a bloodline, they got blood ties now.
Force?
So, and I'm like, when does Jared Kushner become Netanyahu's son?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Man, he was saying so much stuff. When I went to correct one thing, I forgot about that because
Right.
I jumped in and said and made the distinction between the New World Order and the One World Order. That they
Yeah.
actually are working in conjunction together.
Right.
New World Order is the whole end game of that is the One World Order.
Right now,
And it's not two
and
separate
then,
factions. It's the same people. I
right
watch all
now,
the Charles Schwab and the World Economic Forum stuff and see the stuff they implement and the direction that they want to take us.
yeah. Now, and
So I
this,
could put a name to it. That'd be the thing. Once you know who you're dealing with,
yeah,
all that day talk and labels, the New World Order, you gotta watch out for them. Who is them?
yeah. No, we talking about BlackRock. You dig what I'm talking about? We
Yeah,
know.
BlackRock is involved, definitely involved.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we know who we talk about. You
Mhm.
dig what I'm saying? But and then right after you came in, I didn't dispute what you were saying. right? I'm just saying everything, you dig what I'm saying, that they put on the New World Order, they throw it on the One World Order, right? Too. Like you just said. They and I just think all of that, the negative part with the government and everything is just New World Order, right? It just bleeds over into One World Order because it kind of sounds the same, right? And I think the true One World Order is something magnificent that, you know, man could only hope to have. You dig what I'm talking about? A real, true One World Order that would stop hunger, poverty, war. You dig what I'm talking about? In a righteous sense. You dig what I'm saying? So he bugged out on that. My point was, I was like, he can't show that this system is not working. The government is working just how it's supposed to. It's got exactly who it wants on the bottom, on the bottom. It's not that the system is broken. The people who are running it are broken. Sellouts for different packs, AIPAC. One chick up here that ran for the Senate, Haley, I think her name is Haley Stevens. She took $63 million from Israel and AIPAC. She lost to a nigga who had 7 million combined. She had 9 times more money and lost. So I just think the One World Order is getting a bad rap because of the New World Order. You dig what I'm saying? I think everything that A1 is saying, I agree with it. Right? The one hand washing the other and all that. But I think the people running is going to be at different times. And I think they're different things. And I think one comes before the other. I think the New World Order and its destruction come before a One World Order. So I'm not against what he's saying. I just think it happens more structured. You dig what I'm saying? All the same players, everything. You know?
Hey yo, I just noticed. Hey, A1. How the hell did you just go from regular street clothes to like you was some damn laboratory, man?
I'm at work, bro. I'm at work.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. I was just looking. I was like, he just had regular street clothes on and okay, I see.
Yeah, I got a little third shift job, so I could finish this stuff in my little convenience store / carry out restaurant. I felt like I could have tried to hustle it up, but that's give or take, you know. I knew this was for show money, so I just took this to finish everything off, get my sinks installed, get the rest of my permit. But yeah, I work at a medical supply spot. We do testing in here, and we build parts for all the hospitals and stuff.
Oh, okay. Oh, you know what? Because I saw when you had the regular street clothes on, it looked like you had like a badge around your neck or something like that.
Yes, sir. I caught that too. I'm like, dang, I hope it ain't. I mean, I don't care about my government name being out there. I'm already a public figure.
No, you
look up any of my businesses, my government name is all over everything.
No, you couldn't see what was on it, but I mean, you could tell clearly that like it was some kind of work badge or something like that. But you just couldn't. You know what I'm saying? You good.
You make medical supplies. I'm in here testing biological indicators that can tell if the equipment that the hospital uses is sterile before they actually use it on you. So the
Dope.
stuff we're
Oh,
doing
okay.
actually saves lives and keep people from getting crazy infections. Um, so yeah, I got to be sterile when I get in here. I went to this little room and it sprayed me down with this clean air and shit. I had to wash my hands because I was out there smoking. I was on the side of the building, hitting a little blunt.
You gotta get your mind right.
Get my mind right. I hope my boss ain't watching. That's
Hey,
funny
hey,
because
do hey,
All
hey,
good.
hey,
It's
hey.
legal up here, man. Hey, listen, A1, if dudes getting out the joint on parole can smoke, I'm sure. Yeah, you dig what I'm talking about? We can get some gray room and wiggle room to get you up out of there. So if you get fired, you got a great lawsuit coming.
Hey, yo, A1, do you know if Oli gonna do a because I thought I heard Oli said he was gonna do a part 2 of the Space Force thing. You think you know if he gonna do it tomorrow or something else?
I'm not sure when he's gonna do it. I didn't know this was popping up today. We had definitely talked about the episode, but I didn't know it was coming this fast. But yeah, be on the lookout in the next 7 days. I also told him he has to finish that Omar Muhammad challenge because I'm like, even if
Oh yeah.
Omar don't show up or don't want to watch it, it's not about Omar. There's a lot of other Hebrews who are engaging with that, and the
Yeah,
information
yeah.
is for all of them as
Yeah,
well.
you already know, man, like my work schedule crazy, man. I'll be getting off and I'll be coming home, but I barely caught the wind of y'all tonight. Um I got off work late, and my girl, she had to do my hair. She had like to wash my hair, condition it. She gave me like a a a, a, a
A
steam, like a
mani
steam tea
petty?
oil.
You got a
No,
mani?
no, no, for my hair, nigga. She didn't give me no petty.
You
She
got
gave me
that
a steam.
dookie kid up in that joint?
She, no,
Ooh,
she
scary.
hooked me up. She hooked it up. She gave me like a steam. She put me under, like, she got this steamer thing like that go over your head. It kind of almost looked like a hair dryer,
Yeah.
but it's steam. So it steamed my hair down, and then she put I'll be buying this oil from Captain Cesariak. It's the hair crack with the tea tree oil, and then she gave me a tea tree oil with the hair crack treatment. Yeah, so yeah, she's a licensed cosmetologist. So
I
you
might
know what
have
I'm
to
saying.
try that out.
She not. Yeah, she know how to do. She do dread. She can braid. She do all that shit. So
I use tea tree oil in my hair thing I make for myself.
yeah, man, my hair get dried out quick, man. I work outside, and I be getting all sweaty, man. It's hot to the mug out here. I'm in Arizona, so
Oh
man,
yeah, that dry heat.
yeah. So, but man, I'm gonna hop off. I just want to hop on and just chat it up before I shut it down for the night. But uh,
Appreciate you.
I'll be back up on here tomorrow. I just want to come on and show some support. You know what I mean, to y'all brothers. So,
Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
all
I'm going
right,
to do an
man.
episode for Cosmon on One World Order versus New World Order. Just from what I know,
Yeah,
not to dispute
that'll
anything
be a
he's
good
saying or
subject.
try to beat him up, but I think it's a good topic. Um,
Yeah.
Yeah,
we can
yeah,
make some
most definitely.
clarifications, and not to say that I'm right about what I'm saying. I'm gonna just actually present the information I have and let people come to their own conclusions.
Yeah,
I'm
you did
gonna
what I'm
start
talking
taking that
about.
approach. Go ahead, Cosmo. I'm sorry.
No. I think that's dope because if you notice, we saying the same thing.
Hmm.
We saying the same thing. I'm just saying a lot of the stuff that comes with the New World Order kind of bleeds into the One World Order.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? But I think the One World Order is older in ideal. You dig what I'm talking about, and more grander in its function. So I think it comes across poetically, and it has through all time, from Eden to Hyperborea to these mythic governments and lands where there is no hunger, there is no war, there is no, you know what I mean? I honestly know that that is possible. It's just not now. It's just not now. Man, he ain't been forced in a while to understand that we need each other. Sometimes nature and forces us into, you know, where you got to get it together. You know what I mean? And that hasn't happened globally in a while. So we forget how really interconnected and weak and feeble and communal that we can be. You know what I mean? I think that plays into a part too. And then, you know, we get taught different things over the years, you know what I mean? Different points of views. So that's how I know everybody just not wrong, especially when I'm able to see the line of light and truth in both things, right? Even if it is like an evil line, well, it's dealing with this new world order and this one world order, and there is an evil line that I can objectively tell, right? But I'm just saying, in this world, there's usually a duality. If there's a left, there's a right. And I'm saying that the one world order is the right that got twisted into the ugliness of the modern world.
And can you look that up? Not right this second, but so that way when I do this presentation, you can have that information to slide in there. You know, because I'm gonna look it up too as well. That's just not how I'm familiar with the concept. So I don't know. I don't foresee that popping up. But I mean, I don't know. When I go into these studies, anything is possible. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he said.
But we definitely agree, though. I think that one is an extension of the other. I agree with you when you say that the New World Order was first. I agree when you said they work together.
Yeah.
I agree that BlackRock was a part of all of that. So you said a lot I agree with. It was just a few nuanced things.
Just few a nuance. You did what I'm talking about. That most people wouldn't even think to look at.
Yeah, and I can't even say if you're wrong right now on it. I have to actually I have to do some studying.
Hey, I just want to give y'all a heads up. I'm gonna go ahead and jump off, man. I just want to tell brother A1 Shalom, my brother Cosman Shalom. Y'all enjoy y'all early morning, man. I'm gonna try to hop on later on tonight when I get off work, though.
Peace. Have a good night, brother. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, man. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Y'all brothers take care.
Peace. Okay, not defending Babylon Dunn because he should have done better, but I just rewinded and A1 kicked Dunn off, and Cosman said something first on the lines of sissified. No, Cosman responded to the cussing and downplaying and all that stuff before, and bad mouthing and throwing up old waspy and all this crazy stuff that we wasn't talking about. And I said it came off sissified. Right, just because you're lunching and caping for him, right? Don't make him right. And I didn't do nothing wrong to that man. I made an objective statement because of how he was acting. It came off girlish.
Yeah, he straight called you bitch boy, etc.
All that. I ain't say nothing about that. That man didn't talk about my mama.
Yeah,
that man didn't talk about my mama.
I'm really buckling down on the decorum and the acts of aggression towards each other. Sissified, you know, I'm not going to sit here and say like that. I can't justify it, but it wasn't egregious. I wouldn't have kicked you off for saying sissified. But I would kick somebody off for cussing you out about it.
I didn't call him sissified. I said his comments that he was making at me, these little snide remarks and You dig what I'm talking about? None of them he can prove. That's why shout out Daryl Cosman, man. Daryl Cosman told me, man, you just gotta let them talk. They put their own neck in the noose. Right? I didn't disrespect that man. Came up here, said, this is an echo chamber. I ain't never even gotten a conversation with any of y'all. Nobody on this side. Shit. I ain't even gotten a conversation with the gang on Space Force yet. Right?
And again, Smash, I'm tightening up. I'm tightening up, man.
Right? And then I don't, you know, shout out my dude Oli. You dig what I'm saying? Shout out my dude Oli. He like to drag him out, and you dig what I'm talking about. But if y'all really want to get into this Space Force, man, look at the weaponry they're using. Oh, do y'all know they can wipe a city out without busting the rocks or knocking the kill everybody in the city without radiation or without knocking the buildings down? Y'all, I can't make this up. Look this up. They got satellites, right, that move along with all the rest of our satellites. They move in an area. Oh my God, I'm forgetting the name. It's not Schumann. It's anyway, it's in our atmosphere where primarily all the lower Earth orbit is, the Leo orbit, and they put all our satellites in this area. Well, they got one, right? That is ran by this Space Force and all that. And what it does is it's a city eradicator. You can wipe a city out, kill everything in it, the city the size of New York. Wipe it out without tearing the buildings down. And what they're doing is they're dropping tungsten rods. They don't even have engines on them, nothing. Right? They're just dropping them from the higher atmosphere. Man, that thing hit the ground with, you dig what I'm talking about? Whoa, hot irradiated tungsten dropping from the atmosphere. It's hot like fire. You dig what I'm talking about? Molten, just hit the ground and boom. Shit just start exploding. And it ain't the buildings. Look that up, y'all. It's called tungsten. Tungsten rods.
Yeah, and Smash, disrespect is subjective. That's very true. Some people will take 65 harder than others. But call
Your phone broke up, bro.
for the aggressive behavior. I'm glad you're actually watching right now because, like, I've seen you get kind of triggered and really aggressive as well. And like, I want us all to be able to tone that down. Everybody, like, I got this thing, like, I'll be so tough online, and I'm not talking about you specifically. But this is the last place that I have to show any aggression because nobody's in front of me. I just don't have to. It doesn't prove anything. It only serves the chip on my shoulder that I don't have. That's why I don't have to do it. I never feel like I have to prove myself to y'all, or anyone on here. And I just don't want to see you get, go through the same thing by being triggered by somebody. Somebody's doing something, talk to the moderator. Say, hey, moderator, will you tell him to stop doing that? Instead of just responding and then you being in trouble. I want us to start handling things different. And again, I went around to these other pages. I was watching for hours. I didn't see any of it. And they were disagreeing vehemently. I was watching a debate a 4-man debate on does the Bible support evolution. These folks didn't get upset. Nobody got called out their name. And they still brought that fire. And they still brought that heat. I think that we just have to find more creative ways to insult each other. I'm not going to call anybody dumb.
Mhm.
I'm going to say, how come every time we speak, you bring your premise and your conclusion, but leave your evidence at home? Like, we just have to find better ways more wittier ways to say what we're trying to say. Wisdom has been chasing you, grasshopper, but you've always been faster. I don't have to get up here and call anybody a dummy, an idiot, stupid. I'm more creative, and I'm about to make everybody tighten up. You know, and I appreciate. I'm again. I'm glad you're here because when I saw what was good decorum from other channels today, I was thinking about. I'm like, dang, I know this is going to affect a lot of people. I know it's going to be different. They're not going to be used to it. They're going to think I'm being unfair, but they're not realizing that they're ruining the quality of my content. Every episode is a piece of content that I've created, and I'm creating a catalog. And nobody's worried or concerned about me at all. So I just have to be the master of my domain and run things the way I want to. You know? And I'm about to mix it up too. I'm about to bring some different races and some different faces. You're about to be seeing a lot of people. We got some white folks in the tournament.
Man, I
You know
keep
what I'm
telling
saying?
y'all that hate, that bias, that racism, that prejudice gets you nowhere. It's low vibratory. Y'all gotta
got a
shake
couple.
that, man. You dig what I'm y'all? That's weighing on y'all heavy, man. You
Right.
dig what I'm saying? That
I got
hate.
some people from my job entering the tournament.
That's
I got
what's
some
up.
people from my job about to come do presentations. They're not black. I'm not going to tolerate them being disrespected in any shape, form, or fashion.
The crazy part is that they still care. Like white people is doing something to them. They is terrified of JBN. This white man been dead since 1891. He got them literally scared to read a book. Oh, it's witchcraft. It's spooky. Oh, man. Pleaded, begging the question. Sad. It's truly sad. My brothers are terrified to read.
It is, man. It is. And there are people who want this to be like a black-only club. It's not.
No.
I'm not going to make it like that. They want to be able to come on here and talk crazy about white folks.
No.
Do that shit in your Facebook group. This ain't the place or the space. I'm tightening up on all of it. I'm not even letting black people call a white person a white boy. What did the white boy say? No, we're not doing that. Because as soon as you call you a black boy, it's going to be a problem. And you're going to be crying to me. Hey, you going to let him do that? Knowing you 10 times worse. Knowing you way more prejudiced than this man. And a lot of times what I see happen is we're the first ones to spew the prejudice. And they'll get so offended that they'll match our energy. And then we dare to call them a racist. Imagine calling some white boy a cracker and then he finally say the N-word. Oh, now y'all mad. Y'all want to beat him up now. How many crackers did you call him? How is this fair? The double standard here is astounding. And it's like, I don't know, most black people just have cognitive dissonance because they don't want to admit that they are the way they are. I find that when it comes to racism, black people are the most racist. And they justify it because of the hardships that our ancestors endured. And I don't think that's a valid justification. Because the people who you're treating like shit weren't the ones who did our ancestors wrong.
Right.
So it's null and void. It's a bad argument. You're not getting it off over here. All you super pro-black, I hate white folks people, raise your hand so I can get you the fuck up out of here. Y'all are out of here. Y'all are getting gone. I hope y'all keep exposing yourselves. I'm trying to create a healthier space and place for dialogue from all backgrounds, all ideologies, all walks of life. This is how we're going to learn and grow. We're not going to grow if we make this an echo chamber of just black folks.
Right.
I want some Arabs over here. I want to know what they think. You know?
Right. And they try to take advantage of it. Oh, I'm black too, so that means I'm telling you the truth.
And then they try to test how black I am. They try to act like I'm not black enough because I'm calling for a fair playing field for everybody and for fair treatment for everyone. Now I guess I ain't black, you know.
What could be more aboriginal than that?
It happened before.
Even though black, we use the black as a as the social construct. You dig what I'm talking about? But all blacks ain't even the same. You know what I mean? So when they try to pigeonhole even us with that term, you dig what I'm saying? It's kind of cringe now today. You dig what I'm talking about? Because we know better. You dig what I'm talking about? It now colloquially. You dig what I'm talking about to speak on. You dig what I'm talking about the culture, and I think honestly, if we gonna use it colloquially, all American culture is black culture. They say we dress like them. No, they dress like us. We set the trends. We tell them what's up, what's going on, what's hot, what's not. It is what it is. And that's not to a people. That's to the world. Right? American culture.
I went through this stuff when I first started with some black people being real racist or real prejudiced to a few white folks. And I had to actually kick past exclusives off my page. He hasn't been back since. He was trying to treat this white guy really bad just because he was born white. Like that was a crime, and he somehow had to be subservient and kiss our ass in every statement and be super sensitive to how we feel about racism or slavery or whatever. Like, he didn't do it. He don't got to be apologetic every time he talks to you about what we went through.
Yeah.
And the dude even explained it like, shit, my people was enslaved. My people was just immigrants. Like, we didn't enslave you. My people came over here on a damn boat and was being treated like shit by the same people that treated y'all like shit. You know, gangs in New York type shit. He was like, how come I gotta kiss your ass every time I mention the word slavery? Like I have to sound apologetic about it.
Right.
I was like, you're right, you don't. You didn't do it. These niggas just sensitive.
And many of them were enslaved. So yeah. So if y'all ever thought y'all was gonna get reparations for slavery, think again. Nobody's gonna
see if I can get. I'm gonna see if I can get that guy. He's in the tournament actually, Smokey the Saint. He's debating Quantum in the first round. He was the one that they were treating real bad, and I put an end to that. Like y'all have to do that. I'm gonna see if they actually do an episode. They were treating him bad because he was white. Everything turned into a racial issue. Somehow we talking about the Bible now. Somehow it veers to race.
I don't even play that. Y'all, they know not to even bring that on my channel. They know. Don't even bring that over there with Cos. Leave that somewhere else. If you got issue because a man got a certain amount of melanin in his skin, and guess what? White folks have melanin. If you got an issue with that, that is an issue with you. Leave that over there where you at. Come with an open mind. Come, with good spirits. You dig what I'm talking about? And be genuine. You dig what I'm talking about? If you got pushback, that's dope. Pushback is how we get further into the conversation. Sometimes you dig what I'm talking about. A lot of these dudes be so pigeonholed with their learning. You dig what I'm talking about? And that's not a bad thing, right? That's not, and when I say that, it's not a bad thing or in a frame. You dig what I'm saying? You dig what I'm saying? Sometimes it's good to ask them questions because it brings other things out. You know what I mean? That they may have thought about, you know what I mean, but never had a chance to express. but talking to him made him think, oh yeah, that is right. This time I remember, you know what I mean? He go on something and y'all didn't clicked on something, or you know, you didn't even know y'all had in common. See, I'm more of a person. I think a lot of people get Cosmo wrong till you sit down and actually be genuine with yourself. I don't look for the differences, right? I'm not one of them disintegrators or a destroyer. I try to see more the commonality and the oneness in things, because I believe there's more commonality in the universe than there is difference. Right. And I think that's the misunderstanding of tapping back into nature that people don't get. Right. That if okay, I don't, first of all, I don't, okay. The way people say nature, you know what I mean? They talking about the physical world. I think nature is the functions of the visible world. How it functions is the visible and invisible functions. I just think that's what nature is, right? I think people confuse the creator with nature. I don't think that there's like a natural law, right? For instance, I this is just my point of view. I don't believe there's a natural law. I think things happen because of the actual presence of the creator. 1, 2, or 3 parts of hydrogen join a part of oxygen for a reason. Right? This, you know, gravity acts a certain way for a reason. Right? Light acts a certain way. Right? I think people, you know, they try to minimize everything. You dig what I'm talking about? In the end of the day, they try to put the universe in a box. And you dig what I'm talking about? They always come woefully short. Right? They try to make it this neat, tidy little thing, and the universe is messy. Sometimes it's uniform, right? It's structured. It has rhyme and reason to it, but many parts are just chaotic, destructive. You know what I mean? You know, it's like creation and dissolution.
What makes you think that people are confusing the creator with nature? And why do you, can you explain why you think that it couldn't be the same?
Right. I think that many parts of the natural functions they think happen by magic or just because things are there. Well, it's only because there's a creator that there are anything. Right? So it's the actual function behind it, not the seen and unseen part. It's not the, you know, the actual magnetism or electricity, or right. He's not the motion. He would be the cause for and behind all that. Right. There are parts of reality, right, that they try to break away from reality or just put into reality, but they can't all the way explain them. Right? Damn, they out there fighting like a mug, man. You dig what I'm saying? So, no, Kaz is not very conflicted. Kaz just don't believe what y'all believe. Right? I don't
They told me pull the plug, you sit.
Yeah, it's all good.
Shout out Pure in the building. You got a lot of new names in the chat today, man. I appreciate all of
Yeah.
y'all coming in
Shout
and
out.
chiming in. Shout
Shout
out
out.
Dios Mios, man.
You know what I mean? Yeah. You dig what I'm talking about? A1 talking on the white boy, but he's out here looking like a black European. Poor ting, little ting ting. He come over here and tether onto American culture because he can't make it to where he's at in Jamaica, man. Huh? You gonna be okay. You dig what I'm talking about? Poor ting.
One of my favorite movies of all time, too, is Cool Runnings, man.
Cool Runnings.
The Jamaican Bob Slayer, too.
Man.
That shit is funny.
Man. That's crazy.
I had to watch that movie like 50 times as a kid, man.
Yeah, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and I want to make a statement. I saw somebody posted in the chat the other day. Being pro-black shouldn't look like anti-white.
Yeah.
You know, being pro-black.
Why do you think Pan-Africanism is dying? It's really dead. You dig what I'm talking about? Why you think Sonetta and them stuff is not popping like it used to be? People waking up, man. Knowledge don't never cease. And then, you know, I'm black and black, y'all, I'm African. And then come to find out his daddy is Cuban and his mama is Narragansett. Taino and Narragansett. So where you African at? But you dig what I'm talking about. It is what it is. That's how they was taught. They baby boomers. They was always taught to be second.
Now, I disagree with you on why Sonetta lost a lot of his viewership. Because
I mean, it's playing out.
I think it was more so the propping up pedophiles and defending them. And there's a lot of weird stuff going on, man.
I don't think he propped up Polite. I don't think he did that. I was seeing how people was trying to angle towards that. I'm not gonna put that on Sonetta. You dig what I'm talking about? I don't think he from what I was watching.
I think about things like this.
At first, I think people got on him because at first he didn't just condemn him, right? But okay, I take this like if I call you my brother, right? I take that very seriously. You dig what I'm talking about? I got one younger brother. So if I call you my brother, that's a thing. You dig what I'm talking about? I feel about you a sort of way. So before somebody could tell me anything about A1 and it's totally out of character, I'm going to say, hold on, nah, wait a minute. I got to see what this, let me call my dog as a matter of fact, with your hating ass, because this sound like, this don't even, you dig what I'm saying? So I would, especially if it's totally out of character. Nobody
thinking about that too, because when it first came out, I ain't gonna lie, I ain't want to believe it. But then at the same time, I never vocalized the fact that I was lightweight doubting it. I didn't know the ins and outs of it, and then I never want to diminish the claim of the victim.
Right.
So it was like, I don't want to say, hell no, he didn't do that. Like, I can't. I don't have no evidence. I'm online. I don't know what the fuck he's going to be doing. In my head, I'm thinking he's too smart to be so stupid. That's what I was saying. Like, he's too smart to be that dumb. But
I was hoping, bro. I was hoping that it was kind of some. I wouldn't wish that on nobody. You know what I mean? For him or the victim. You dig what I'm talking about? I wouldn't wish that. I would hope it wouldn't be true. You know what I mean? But damn. And I think people came down on Sonetta too quick because he just didn't run with it. You dig what I'm saying?
I don't think it was quick. I know that there was an incident where he did take his time, but I don't think that was necessarily why people are upset. There were times where he was talking about he was going to sell the interview, and it was all about the money. People are trying to figure out if they should be following this person or continuing to listen to this person.
Right.
And he was pretty much trying to extort people for the information. is what it seemed like.
Mm.
And then it came out like that he knew that that nigga wasn't coming to do no interview in the first place. He was just trying to hit the jackpot. I think they had a hot mic, and he thought he ended the show. That's what my homie was telling me. He said that he got the episode uploaded to his page, that they can't lie about it.
Yeah.
And then he was bragging about how much money he made a song. And I heard him actually challenged on it. I was watching something, and it was recently too, like 2 weeks ago. I was watching an old Sarnetta shit, and somebody actually brought it up. He never denied it. He just said, "Well, damn it, how come I can't get paid too?" I'm like,
Right.
damn, you ain't gonna say no? But you know,
Yeah,
again,
I didn't heard that spin. I didn't heard that spin.
I can't be mad at no Harlem niggas for hustling though. That's what they do, and that's what they known for, and that's what they good at.
Yeah, I mean, you know, all you can hope for is people catch on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know, it's good. Shout out to the OG Sarnetta. He been doing this a minute. You dig what I'm
I've
talking
been
about?
doing this a minute.
And the crazy part about it is, even though I disagree with how it's being applied in that situation, what he's saying is actually true. If I can't benefit off this culture, well then who can? And why can everybody else come in this culture and benefit and ask for and get donations and da 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 da? Why can everybody else do it in this culture and I can't? That's a fair question. You dig what I'm talking about? But how it's being applied, you dig what I'm talking about, through spiritual lens, understanding, knowledge of self. You dig what I'm talking about, and you know, you can. The point is to make content to be sold, right? So you know what I mean, and profit out to the community for a YouTube check. You dig what I'm saying? So there's certain people in it for the knowledge, and certain people in it for the money, and you could be in it for a little bit of both. You dig what I'm talking about? But he is, you gotta give it to him. He the Don King of this this conscious community stuff, man. He the Don King of it. What, nobody gonna squeeze a dollar up out this mug? Shout out Sarnetta, man. That boy's gonna squeeze a dollar.
I agree with you, only because Don King is from Cleveland, and I know the back history on Don King. Don King
got bodies. You froze up, bro.
Can you hear me?
You okay? Yeah, you froze up a second. Go ahead, say it again. You said Don King got what?
He got bodies out here in Cleveland. His family is still a staple, and they some real live goons out here, and they really doing it out here. But back in the day, he had the streets terrified. They was terrified of some Don King. He moved like a mob figure. So when you call him the Don King of it, you know, like I really agree with that. Like not even just the way he promotes, but the way he tries to muscle people around. Yeah, he is a Don King. He's got his foot on the neck of the game. He had his foot on my neck for a couple months. I done shook him off with me that. You feel me?
Yeah, definitely.
But shout out Side, man. It ain't no hate.
Shout
out
the adversity. Side, man. We caught him live on a hot mic too during the debate. We was punching on the Hebrews. You dig what I'm talking about? Caught him on a hot mic. Caught him calling Jabari. Don't let Cosman do that to you like that. He's supposed to be your question. He ain't know he was on a hot mic. Caught him live in the debate.
You know,
we was punching.
I gotta thank him, honestly. All the adversity that he made me endure in the beginning only made me stronger, and you know, gave me the armor that I needed and the tough skin I needed to survive. You know.
Yeah. You gotta be able to move, man. And then in the end of the day, understand that this ain't personal. It's just business.
Yeah, I realized that me doing what I'm doing right now, like he probably, you know, I thought I was gonna be embraced, but I wasn't. But I saw it as him looking like
You know why
he
you
about
not
to step on my
embraced?
toes. You think he about to try to get some of my money? This is my money. These is my
You know why you not
money.
embraced A1 like you should be? For the
Talk to
same
me.
reason Cosmon is not embraced. For the same reason I rocked with you day one. You got like I got like. They like the dog. You dig what I'm saying? If you came up here with the mundane tomfoolery, you'd have 50,000 followers. If you came up here, just talk about gangbanging in Cleveland, you'd have 23,000 followers right now. So you're doing the heavy lifting, right? And to those who scoff at knowledge, and you know what I mean, and those who try to strive for the higher light, you dig what I'm talking about? You look like you know what I mean? You don't look like you strong as you is. They think you weak, but you actually strong. Right? So they hate you because they can't be you. They hate you because of the light. Right? They recognize it too. I'm a great judge of character. Kept me alive. You dig what I'm saying? So it'll come together. A1 to pop back in, y'all. I think his damn thing is going crazy for a second. Hold on. Man, it's always something in the D, man. Stay going down on the block. You dig what I'm saying? It's 5 in the morning, excuse me. 5 in the morning. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's only one thing, pure. But the point is to keep trying to be. Huh? The point is to do the right thing when ain't nobody looking. Huh? When there ain't no benefit in it for you. Huh? That's just the stuff you working on self. Now that you live into your highest ideal of yourself, you dig what I'm talking about? Turn around and do that for somebody else. Do that good work for them. And then don't just give it to them like, so they become dependent on you for something. Right? Teach them so they can turn around and teach somebody else. So they can have honor and glory themselves. Yeah, man. I figured you would had to take a call or something.
My other phone died on me. Working with 2 phone shoulder.
It's gonna be all right, man. Like I was saying, I don't know if you heard me, bro. I said the same reason you don't get a lot of the crazy followers and all that stuff is because you doing the heavy lifting. You're based on truth, right? There's some light in there. And that's the reason Cosmon rocked with you from the get-go. Right? Everybody can see it. Everybody can't see it. But everybody's not geared to see it. Everybody don't want to see the good in everybody else. Right?
I appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, man. You dig what I'm saying? Trust me, it's 1,000 people I don't rock with. You dig what I'm talking about? That actually know Cos. I don't go on their show. I don't talk to them. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. And then notice I'm not trying to get nobody to believe nothing, but A1, if he don't, he got pushback. I ain't never had a problem.
Hmm. Yeah, I push back respectfully, man. I'm not here to disrespect nobody. I even stop really attacking people's beliefs unless they personally ask me for it. And I'll ask them, "Are you sure that's what you want me to do?" Because I don't know how to say this nice. So, I'm not gonna disrespect you, but I'm about to disrespect the F out of that book. You
Right.
know what I'm saying?
Right. Now and then, dude, it's a book. Why do y'all think I care? Listen, I just want y'all to understand, if the world collapsed today, right, and wasn't no more toilet paper, right, we ain't had no other book but Owaspi, and I got the white, guess what happens?
It's gonna be like that movie, The Book of Eli, with Denzel.
Hey, we'll have to make another one. Huh? Cold snap. Everything go off for $2 a month in the middle of winter. You dig what I'm talking about? They can't even bring it back. We burning stuff in the middle of the fire hut to keep warm in the house. We ain't got nothing but a Owaspi left. Guess what? It's a book, y'all. The only reason the book will have any merit whatsoever is because of the information in it. And all you got to do is read it, and you got it. After that, boom, whatever. Who cares? Right? I just think it just amazes me how in fear. It's fear. You dig what I'm talking about? Oli gave me a book. Only reason I didn't read it and just devour it in the next day or two is because I had some stuff to do. But once I got a little time, I got into that mug. You dig what I'm saying? That's the last full book I read. Pamphlet, whatever. You dig what I'm talking about? But I like to see where people be coming from. Right? Because it gives you a different perspective. Whether they wrong or right, your subjective opinion. And based off how you see in reality. I just don't think nothing wrong with that.
Chris.
Right? Why would you trust why would you trust anything? Especially a man. You gotta stop. I've never asked nobody to ever trust me. That's how you know somebody lying to you.
Yeah. Because if it was the truth, we could trust the facts.
You could just watch me walk.
Mm-hmm. That's one thing I like about how you do your spiel. Don't believe me. You always say it. Don't take my word for it.
Yeah.
Go look into the book yourself. I love when you say that. See, I rock with you because
don't do that though.
I feel like you would you the elephant in the room. And I like having you in the room because I'm usually battling Christians, Hebrews, and Muslims. But what you do is you highlight the problem that they all have, the religious parity, epistemic double standards, amongst a host of other problems. And it's easier to see when you're there. You know what I'm saying? Because you got divine revelation. You got a lot of the same claims that they have that they use to verify their religions and claim that it's true. It's like, well, my man's saying the same thing. So what we gonna do?
Right, it's not no divine revelation like it's mine. It's not only mine. Anybody can get this. I'm telling you, for the most part, 3rd grade, You can totally get Owaspy. You don't have to believe in none of the histories whatsoever. None of that. Right? But the books on how to build a communal society, what you would teach the kids, how to raise the kids. You dig what I'm talking about? How would you fund this thing? You dig what I'm talking about? Ethics, ways to move, moral, all that stuff. We got the book of judgment, book of discipline, all different types of stuff. I would just say, if nothing else, look at that. Right? Take a look at that and listen, man, when you find something evil in it, right? When you find something evil, like, spilling of blood or eating the animals or sacrificing children or sacrificing anything, when you find praising a God, Owaspy, praising a God is a bad thing. It's just different. Everything that they did, and look, it was crazy, right? I did a show, right? And I hate to even bring this up, but the brother Humble, man, he does such a terrible job, and he misquotes because he doesn't read well. The daughter of JBN, 54 years after he died, made a claim. She said there hasn't been a murderer, that has been, or a person, a mass killer, or nothing like that. One of the evilest people in the world who's been vilified like JBN has. She was like, man, he was such an exceptional guy. Everybody said that's about this dude. And he said, you haven't found murderers that was vilified half as much as he has been. Right? And what she said was, it kind of reminds her of another prophet who came to his people and got hung on a cross. He twisted it around and made it seem like JBN was hanging on a cross, like Jesus. So we got to kind of be careful with, and this is a word I think I brought it to the conscious community 6 years ago, cognitive dissonance. I know people have been saying it probably, but bringing it to the conscious community, it's been sprouting up heavy the last 3 years. Who uses cognitive dissonance more than Cosmo? Because that describes the place their mind and level of comprehension is in. It's almost pitiable when you see them try to dumb you down into a box while being in a box.
I like how you put that there. That was nice.
I just, sometimes it's hard to respond to all this stuff. You dig what I'm talking about? And I'm starting to understand that I shouldn't. Right? Because think about this, A1. If you, a person on the outside, right, you don't know anything about the conversation we're talking about, right? But you walk into a room, I'm screaming at you, and you screaming at me. Another person, I'm screaming at another person, and they screaming at me, and you looking on the outside, you don't know nothing about the conversation. Can you tell which one is the wise man?
Nope.
No. So should the wise man argue with the fool? No. Because to the outside, man, he can't tell who.
It makes me think of, I got this book, The Teachings of Ptah Hotep. They call it the oldest book in the world. I'm not sure if it actually is. But one of the sayings in there is discourse with the ignorant man, as with the sage. And I try to live by that. I don't really care what level you on. I'm going to treat you with respect when I talk to you.
Exactly.
No matter how confused or pseudo you are. And it's not until you meet me with aggression that I match your energy. But that's just a natural thing from being black. Like, you don't let nobody dominate you energy-wise or even vocally. Like I was telling the one guy, like, bro, I got prison numbers. As soon as a nigga start being able to overtalk me, he'll be taking my cookies. What the fuck are you talking about? Watch how you talk to me. Because if you don't respect me through speech, you're not gonna do it through action.
Right.
You can't
gonna respect me.
You gonna respect me. So I don't know, but I always lead with respect, and that's just something my mom always taught me. Like, be nice first, and if a person doesn't deserve it, you can take it back. But if you lead with
I demand it
being rude, you know,
give it, A1. I always give it. Always, without, because I've been there. Right? This ain't nothing. This ain't on me. It's in me. You dig what I'm talking about? I ain't never trying to put no paint where it ain't neither.
Oh, I like that one.
You dig what I'm saying? So my thing is, okay, I'm gonna put it like this, A1. A lot of people try to paint the world in black and white. And what I know in my 40 plus years of life is that in this world, there's a lot of gray. As a matter of fact, there's more gray than there's black or white. And that many times your best decisions, you dig what I'm talking about, they tell you to not straddle the fence. But that's the place you make the best decisions, from the middle. Huh? Not on either side, especially when you don't know the parameters of the game you're playing.
That is a good place. That's the Zen spot.
Yeah.
Even on the pH scale, you don't want to be alkaline. You don't want to be acidic. You want to be neutral, right in the middle.
Right in the middle. Guess what happens at the neutral spot for plants, y'all? They grow profusely. Huh? Plants like it just a tad acidic, but they like that neutral. You dig what I'm talking about? And not all the way alkaline. You dig what I'm talking about? That's why a lot of indoor plantings, they pH balance their water. But that's because they don't know what they're doing on Cosmon. I don't pH balance nothing. As a matter of fact, I think it take away from the quality of the herb. As partaking part of my herbal diet. Yeah, what I'm talking about. Yeah, man, but it's about that time for the Kung Fu Kid, man. I think I'm gonna go ahead and get up out of here. It was good kicking it with you, though. You think what I'm saying?
Man.
Y'all make sure before I get up out of here, y'all thumb that video up and share this live. You dig what I'm talking about? You ain't got nothing else to do. It's free. You dig what I'm talking about? Don't be Haitian. Use participation. You dig what I'm talking about? So go ahead. It don't cost you nothing to be cool. You dig what I'm talking about? Don't cost you nothing to be a real one. And it don't cost you nothing to do the right thing. You dig what I'm saying? Oh, as always, man, y'all go to Cosmon Cal TV, sub, like, share. You dig what I'm talking about? And you dig what I'm talking about? First, before I get up out of here, of course, you know, all praises to the Creator. The one who always was, is, and ever shall be. They say he will have no sect, no creed. All men have a father. You dig what I'm talking about? You dig what I'm saying? So he says none are bastards. In fact, Mm-hmm. So you dig? It's just different. He more that thing that you think he's supposed to be, he is. It's just not God. Religion, the biggest trick, right? They say the biggest trick ever pulled was the devil made man think he didn't exist. Right? I say the greatest trick ever pulled was that Shaitan tricked man into believing he was God and to praise him. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's the biggest trick. Satan is God in religious ideology. That's the biggest trick. Listen, y'all, man, if you want to know what a faith is, look for those standing by the Creator. Today in America, they say they are the remnants of the Algonquins. Just so happen there's really only 4 people in the world today that's standing on it, kicking this and it's 4 brothers. So who are the Algonquins?
When can I get a presentation on the Algonquins, Cosmo?
Oh man, you dig what I'm talking about? Yeah. We gotta break
I don't know
down
nothing about it.
Aboriginal history in Owaspie. Owaspie got about probably dating back probably about 30 to 40,000 years worth of Aboriginal history in it. Because it says and shows that in a mound in Wisconsin, I believe, they had a picture in a mound of a sailboat and a canoe 34,000 years old. Not only a canoe, but a sailboat 34,000 years old. So, you know what I mean? It's some stuff in there, man. It just say some different stuff. You dig what I'm talking about? It's not regular. You know what I mean? But as always, you dig what I'm talking about. If y'all want to tap in, man, you don't have no big homie. You dig what I'm talking about? Who will take you outside, give you 30 real quick, blow an L with you, and then break down luminescence. You ain't got none of that. And then turn around and give you spirituality in the form of science. You ain't got no homeboys like that. Y'all better take advantage of Cosmon while y'all can. The problem gonna be when I stop talking. I'm just trying to tell you. Take advantage of your cousin. You dig what I'm talking about while I'm here. Because I ain't gonna always be here. Right? I'm leaving. You dig what I'm talking about? Trust me, I'm out of here. Well before I'm gone. Shout out to the faithies. You dig what I'm talking about? They know what it is.
Peace. Have a good day, brother.
You dig what I'm saying? But love, life, balance. Hey, Juan, you could do something for me, bro.
What's up, bro?
Hey, man, breathe in. Let that light in, man. Y'all let the light in, man. Let that light in, man. Let that thing, you know, the song say, this little light of mine. Let that thing shine a little bit, man, and then turn around and do that thing for somebody else. I'm telling you, there's no other feeling like it in the world. It is its own benefit. What y'all won't believe, I know you won't believe it, but there's not only a physical, but a spiritual benefit to it. Yeah. Hey, Twizzler.
You funny, man.
Yes, sir. That's my guy. You dig what I'm saying? So, yeah, man. Y'all just show your love, man. Thumb up the video. We gonna go ahead and get up out of here, man. Hey, take them out of here with some of that heat you got, man. Let the joint rock early in the morning. You dig what I'm saying?
You know it. I'm about to switch phones right now. I just charged my other one back up.
There we go. Yeah, man. Go ahead and let it rock for a minute, man.
2 phone shorty.
2 phone shorty.
2 phone shorty. Yeah, we about to end with some of my new tracks. I made a couple new songs with AI the other day. I was in here writing. So yeah, these are my lyrics. Let's go ahead and check some of this on now. Oh, it's time to clock out. It's 5:30.
Let's go. Let's get it. I'm out of here. Master say, you can go home now. All right, y'all. Peace, man. I'm out. One.
Peace. Have a good day.
They say I perfected the time and again. Titans the base league, we here for the win. Born divine with all of my kin. I see they religious, they worry about sin. That's all they do and they be like, they say I perfected the time and again. Titans the base league, we here for the win. Born divine and all of my kin. I see they religious, they worry about sin. Hop out the Lexus and slid in the Benz. Pouring libations with all of my friends. Manifesting got me 10 out of 10. I live in abundance, got money to spend. They say I perfected the time and again. Titans the base league, we here for the win. Born divine and all of my kin. I see they religious, they worry about sin. Hop out the Lexus and slid in the Benz. Pouring libations with all of my friends. Manifesting got me 10 out of 10. We going to the top, little shorty, get in. Yeah, watch how you address me when you step in the room. I'm the host and debater, HNAC in full bloom. I be that for lashes like work to my floor. Check your epistemics before you knock on my door. Y'all talking circular, trapped in a loop. I'm slicing through. Yeah. All this knowledge on the flow. I've been golden from the go. Let these pseudo scholars know. Baby, welcome to the show. Yeah, show you how to flex with a strong point. Wait. Show you where the facts and the stats and the proofs point. I've been grinding leases in the late night. Wait, standing on the stage with the main light. Enlightening. Philosophers, scientists, historians united. Warriors of logic who want the smoke, get excited. Bring your primary sources, don't get ignited. Slide on my prompts, look it up, read a book. Never going back to the dumb, take a look. Woke, not broke, we run the show, sport the glow. Titans in the league, watch the intellect grow. Coliseum arguments locked at the door. Welcome to the show, floor full of lore. I'm the GOAT, with the flow, there's knowledge on the flow. I've been goated from the go. Let these pseudo scholars flow. Baby, welcome to the show. Seems only time when I'm speaking. Reason, peeking. Like the truth that they all have been seeking. My logic weakened. To them that's important. Show up, don't be late to the debate. Never see myself falling. Picture me falling off back to ignorant and stalling. Got the citations loaded in order. Crossing every intellectual border. Hey, I could've never seen a day. All this knowledge on the flow. I've been goated from the go. Let these pseudo scholars know. Baby, welcome to the show. Yeah. All this knowledge on the flow. I've been golden from the go. pressure inside of my spirit. They thought I would bend, I just held in my lane. They said the things I believe with delusion. I waited on truth, now they talk like I'm sane. Told you that I was the one who would not move the same. Silent, never undone. So burn while I rise with a flame. Put up with love in the cut. Heart in the front, what's up? I had to sign off on my ego, looking up that scene. I'm on my day ones on a new wave, pouring more faith in my cup. Treating my peace like a ghost safe, locked up, can't touch it. I know they play with me, speak on my name to see if I'll break it. I let them talk in the breeze, they be posting up lies, but my soul never shakes with it. Them acts a paper thing. Yeah. Treat your smile like your money, don't let nobody steal it. They can throw their words at you, but they can't break your spirit. Truth don't shake and my soul won't trade it. Peace of mind is the crown I wear. Treat your smile like your money, don't let nobody steal it. They can throw their doubts at you, but they can't come near it. Heart stay safe when your mind's awake. And I keep my peace cause nobody can fake it. It's up again, my music on again. Choose up again, my spirit's up again. Is it the noise? Been learning the highways. It's quiet thinking when I'm in the right lane. Ignore the bright lights in the driveways. Walk through the door, let the small talk fly away. Ooh, feel your pain, I feel your pain. It's a house of change, welcome to the house of change. We break the chains, look at the lines that they draw. The stories they sell that don't ever add up. Say they want love, then they move out of fear. Contradiction and no way to tell love. I had to sit with the mirror, that's why I react when I know it's all dust. Logic over all my triggers, breath in my chest, every doubt I adjust. Philosophy in my veins, currents in my veins, I don't rush. Master my ways when the pressure get heavy, I'm rooted, I trust. Truth don't shake and my soul won't trade it. Peace of mind is the crown I wear. It's up again, my peace is up again.
Different type of animal. Yeah. Different type of animal. Now everybody better listen up. For my people in the struggle who never gave a what. Even when life try to press you down, turn your frown to a smile. I make styles just to lift you up. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Steady hustling, steady grinding. Getting money every time I put my time in. When they ask what I got up under my sleeve, they never gon' believe when I tell them it's all timing. Everybody want a real life attitude. Incoherent, now they mad at you. Some people can't get it, now they laugh at you. Till they see the glow, now they copying the altitude. I never was a type, it was handed to. Had to put it together like mechanics do. Now you see I got the tools to succeed. Different mindset, different breed, different view every time I play or breathe. Quantum thoughts, I evolve every week. Young Al, been wild since a young child. Still fresh to the death, no funeral style. How could you walk in my shoes? We run the town, big shoes to fill. Never been a clown. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Talking about the block, I've been around, fighting through the hard times till it spin around. Game tight, move smooth, never hear a sound. Big pressure every time we hit the town. Couldn't touch me with a yardstick. Running through the paper on that backyard business. Chasing dreams, chasing cream to the team. Rich 5'8", but I'm standing on that stand tall mindset. See these monkeys trying to pull me from the tree. Yeah, they put me down before that, just turned me to a beast. So I hopped into the streets, showed the hungry how to eat. Oklahoma on my back, now I'm bringing pressure to the beat. Cold hard world, colder in the streets. Money on my mind, barely get to sleep. Dreams feel close, still feel out of reach. Lights up ahead, I just want a little piece. Still a student of the game, don't qualify to teach. Learn lessons every day, so I evolve every week. I'm not an animal, life just got wild. So I did what I had to do, the other routes was foul. No copy, no paste, you can't get my style. Heart on my sleeve, still walk with a smile. Judge me by my past, take a look at me now. I ain't doing this for me, I just wanna make my mama proud. Quantum only is untrue, yo, we bringing it out. Why y'all watching me? Better watch the crowd. I'm a different type of animal, way different type of animal. 2 to 16, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Different type of animal. Different type of animal. Different type of animal. Yeah. Different type of animal. Yeah. Different type of animal. I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I'll find the incoherence. Book you every time. Recognize I can see the fallacy before the sentence finished. You confuse a strong opinion with a reason proposition. You keep reaching for conclusions, but your premises are missing. Then you hide behind your feelings when the logic need a mission. I don't argue with a person, I examine what was stated. Define the terms, expose assumptions, then determine what was weighted. Is it valid? Is it grounded? Can the structure be defended? Or you built a house of cards and got offended when it ended? I don't need to raise my voice, I let the contradiction speak. Every claim has got a burden, every burden got a receipt. You can decorate confusion, you can dress it up in pride, but a polished contradiction is a contradiction every time. I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cry, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. I recognize the dodge when the question make you nervous. Changing subjects every minute doesn't make the answer surface. That's a straw man, that's a false choice. That's an argument from fear. That's a claim that keeps on shrinking every time the fact is near. You can quote 100 scholars, still authority ain't proof. Tell me why the argument is sound. Take me underneath the roof. Show the beam, show the frame, show the function of the claim. If the meaning keeps on changing, then the word is just a game. Recognition over belief, coherence over applause. I don't need a crowd behind me when the reasoning is flaws. Time reveals what can I stand, nature limits what can be. If your worldview breaks beneath this weight, don't put the blame on me. I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. They want mystery to rescue every gap that never filled. Then call questions disrespectful when their explanation gets grilled. But a question is a mirror, it reflects what you provide.